The action keeps getting better and better in the Clash Royale League West as we head into our top 5 plays of week number 3. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like this video, ring that bell, and never miss a moment as the top players from the West vie for a shot at the World Finals in Shanghai, China. Opening things up at number 5, it's the Aztec Eagle from Chivas Esports, Adrian Piedra playing Goblin Giant Sparky. We're going to slow this one way down so you see this absolutely perfect zap to buy the room for Sparky to take down that right-hand tower. GG, well played, Adrian Piedra. On to number 4, it's Saint Bellican. And what do you think Belly's gonna do every single week? That's right, throw out a big, huge clone, but I am JP, not prepared for it, just a lightning and a barb barrel, and he is absolutely disgusted with himself. Let's look at this finish up nice and close, and more importantly, look at the walk-off here from JP. He knows that's GG, well played. All you can do is throw your phone down, get the heck out of there, and regroup for next week. Bellican coming in at number 4. On to number 3. Belly back in this top 5, but on the other side of things, because he's up against one of the best in the entire world, Ruben, with a beautiful bit of minor wall breakers work. And check this out, goes minor to the back to pull the knight from the front. The knight goes all the way back around the long walk past the tower. That makes just enough room for the wall breakers to come in for a huge connection. That is just par for the course for Ruben, who has long been one of the best in all of Clash Royale. Our number 2 play, it's 2v2. SK Gaming's undefeated duo Morton and Sam up against Boofmac and Azealis in the 3-0 versus 3-0 match. Winner stays undefeated, and check this out. SK is way behind, but a big connection, and look at that, the death bomb on tower. Let's look at the spells though. Snowball, Fireball, and Log for SK Gaming at the bottom. Tribe Gaming only has the Fireball and just used their freeze. So as we get down to the wire, 11 HP, no freeze to secure SK Gaming with the nail biter of a win. That deserves a fist bump from the Germans. GG, well played. SK Gaming 4-0 in first place going into our next week. And our top play back again to Team Queso versus Cream Real Betis, and this is a great heads-up play from a veteran like Kuchiku. The miner comes in to get the lightning block and keep that flying machine alive. Look at this one more time. It's all about knowing your HP. Goblin Brawler, Miner, Night Witch, protecting the flying machine, making that push so much stronger. That is a top-tier play from a long-standing veteran. Guys, that's it for our top 5 plays from week 3. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like this video, ring the bell so you never miss a moment of the great Clash Royale League West action here every single Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. in the West, 1 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. in Europe.
Get the rest of the defense off. Oh my word!
Perfeita.
4 in a row for Team Queso.
Yesterday was full of King of the Hill sweeps. 3 in all 3 matches. Will today see more of those streaks continue? Speaking of streaks, our undefeated #1 squad in the West, SK Gaming, currently on a 12-game winning streak on the back of 2 5-0 sweeps of the best teams in CRL West. Can they get that to 13 or maybe even further? We'll find out right now here on Clash Royale League West. It's match week 5, a great Sunday, a fantastic lineup. 2 teams finishing out their doubleheaders, one of them making a push for second to control that firmly here. Andrew, Can these streaks keep on going, especially with SK Gaming?
I mean, why not? It's a couple David versus Goliath matchups today, so there's going to be either some upsets or a lot of what we've been seeing already of these teams at the top, and that's what they want to stay. They want to stay right there at the top. SK wants to continue to be perfect 6-0, and Team Queso has really bounced back considering their 1v1 head-to-head play. But first, let's talk a little business. You guys joining us on YouTube, you here on Twitch, make sure you are following on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed on Twitch. Yeah, well, either way, you can switch it back and forth, doesn't matter. Turn on those notifications. Either way, we're happy to have you on either platform. Also, go follow us on Twitter at Esports Royale EN. You can follow me at Andrew Guy. You can follow him over there at Rich Slayton, of course, but at CRL or at Esports EN is the best way to find the best news about CRL. Lastly, Fantasy Royale, 250,000 gold, 100 gems. Yesterday was a rough day for me. I actually only got 4 crowns. I'm hoping today I can bounce back a little bit. I fell out of the top 10. I'm in 12th now, tied with like 700 people. So not the best day yesterday, Rich.
Yeah, well, you keep complaining about how you're still destroying me in fantasy, but I got my fingers crossed because I have 2 players who are part of those double headers. And Andrew, talking about those double headers, the 2 teams that faced each other yesterday, very different fates. Out of that one, of course, Team Queso with the win, now 4-1 in control of second place. Dignitas really wants to bounce back today, but they have one of the toughest outs in the bottom of the table in terms of Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and speaking of Pain Gaming, you just saw our break time battles there on screen. Lucas is the pro of the week, statsroyale.com. Make sure you sign up for those break time battles and you can face off against Lucas next week right here live on broadcast. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be the first person to dethrone one of our pros. So let's take a look at our matches from yesterday. You can see right there the teams with the gold and the ribbon are the ones that walked away with the W's. SSG, Tribe, and Queso took down Cream, Real Betis, Team Liquid, and Dignitas, respectively. Not a lot of surprises there. I think the last match was the toughest one. Rich, talk to me a little bit about today.
Today's really interesting, Andrew. We open up with a match of opposites. Chivas Esports, great in 2v2, dismal in 1v1. Queso, the opposite. Can't seem to win 2v2, destroying head-to-head play. Then next up, Dignitas and Pain is probably the closest match of the day. And then finally, the undefeated SK Gaming looks to continue the devastating role against a winless Misfits squad that still doesn't know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the predictions for the day. I'm assuming we're all pretty much on the same page here. No surprises in the middle with Bruno and Deco, but you and Manu are also both going with Pain Gaming over Dignitas. Otherwise, we're all picking Queso, we're all picking SK. What do you think it is about Pain today to have the edge over Dig?
I think the 2v2 with Dig is a real toss-up between these two. Beforehand, I wouldn't have said so, but Lucas and Wallace looked great last week, and then in the head-to-head play overall, I give the slight edge to Pain Gaming. So I'm not saying that Pain Gaming is going to blow Dig out of the water, but I would say overall, I feel like they're a 60-40 favorite, and they're trying to pick the winner here, so I'm going to go with that 60-40.
Yeah, I mean, you know, on the other side of that, Dignitas Bale's been playing really well, but I don't think I can actually put up enough evidence to really battle my case over yours, so I'm really excited to see what happens in that second matchup. But of course, first we have Team Queso and Chivas Esports. You did mention their 2v2, which is really shocking. So if you look at the numbers, Chivas is on a 4-match win streak in the 2v2. Queso on the other side of it, as you just mentioned, really struggling in that set. Do you think that this is a set that Queso can take today? And if they don't, what does that spell for them moving forward?
I don't know. I mean, it hasn't spelled much because we talked about this, Andrew, being a match of opposites. You have Chivas 4-1 in 2v2 on a 4-set win streak. You have Queso 1-4 on a 4-set loss streak. But then you go to the head-to-head play. In overall head-to-head sets, Chivas is 1-7. Queso's 8-1. I think that Ruben has proven he can carry this squad. So let's go ahead and jump into a little preview of our matchup between Team Queso and Chivas Esports.
Chivas finally coming off of their first win. Can they translate that victory into something called or something that may resemble playoff hopes?
Presents an opportunity. I think they have the 2v2 advantage here, so if they can win that, King of the Hill could go either way. Is this where Ruben's luck finally runs out?
Chivas contra Team Queso. Team Queso jogando 2 vezes nesse final de semana, vai conseguir 2 vitórias garantidas a partir do seu MVP, Ruben.
Mas acho que aqui a Team Queso ou o Team Ruben vai conseguir a vitória.
Míralo ahí. De las Chivas, chiquitito, papá. Felicidades, las grandes Chivas.
Should be a fun one today against two squads with a collection of much beloved players. Chivas Esports on one side, the squad out of Mexico. Team Queso, Spain's pride and joy, going head-to-head today.
Chivas Esports, our number 8 team in the standings. Adrian, Diego B, Kevin R.A., and Pompeo for just really needing to figure out how to tie together the success from their first set to the second and third. If they are able to figure that out, they may have a chance to still go on a playoff run. On the other side of it, our number 2 squad, who has been incredibly dominant in head-to-head play, Team Queso.
Team Queso has been so good, and you wonder how frightening they would be if their 2v2 could come together. So far, hasn't been a problem. Kuchi and Benny, they've picked up a couple wins in King of the Hill, but really the story has all been about Ruben, whose win rate this season is through the roof, currently 16-3, an 84% clip for the pride of Spain. IMJP finally getting in rhythm yesterday with a huge King of the Hill sweep to set up his teammate to close out the victory. This is a team that is practically unbeatable in head-to-head sets, Andrew.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think that Benny and Kuchi started off 0-2, and then Queso between Ruben and IMJP closed out the games 5-0. So Kuchi and Benny on the right-hand side banning Fisherman, Pompeo and Diego B on the left for Chivas banning that giant skeleton. This is going to be a very, very tough set for Benny and Kuchiku, but if they're able to finally put it together, if we're able to see that Team Queso 2v2 from when they were back in EU, that is really what they need against a squad like this in Diego and Pompeo, because they have been playing so very well together against some very good squads.
Yeah, it's been strange. And we talked about this yesterday, Andrew, how it seems like they don't have great synergy, which doesn't make a lot of sense for two guys who are such good friends and have been playing together now into their 5th season. So we'll see if they can get some of that sorted out today against a 2v2 duo in Pompeo and Diego B, who haven't just gone 4-1, but they did it beating Space Station and Dignitas as well.
Yeah, and so we're going to hop into our first game here of our first match, and that win over Space Station was a very, very quick 2-0. I believe that was Awcrap's first game back, but still, that's a team that's been playing together for a very long time.
Of course, it was Space Station going on to win that one in the head-to-head play on the back of an God RF sweep, and Samuel beating Adrian Piedra. And you mentioned last week, and it's been mentioned a few times by a number of fans, that, with Sergio Ramos not getting really in the mix for SK Gaming and Chivas Esports needing some head-to-head firepower, that maybe this would be a good home for him at some point in the future.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to think about.
Lava on to the right-hand side, does not pick up the Musketeer, a little late out of Diego B on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one, because now the Baby Dragon had to come out in response. It sneaks in front of that Lava Hound, and this push on the right-hand side that costs 11 elixir just kind of dies on the vine.
Yeah, that's a rough one, and you talk about cascading effect of mistakes, Andrew. We saw that, how much that affected both the defensive and offensive side. Gave up defense and then sacrificed a Baby Dragon on the other end. So the first minute, 20 seconds away, and it is Benny and Kuchi with a fairly significant lead.
Yeah, and so we see Chivas going to go back on the offense with this Lava Hound push, knowing that Benny and Kuchi do have that Inferno Tower, but it is out of cycle. It's going to be interesting to see how they defend.
Diego B for Chivas Esports is having his best year so far when it comes to being a 2v2 player. Put up a 56% win rate in his first season with Team Liquid, 59 in that fall run towards the World Finals, but currently he and Pompeo at a 62% win rate in this opening set.
Nice offensive lightning there from Chivas. Doesn't hit the Musketeer, but does hit 2 units, and of course that Princess Tower. And now we see a Graveyard coming in.
Graveyard in, Poison in response, and again Baby Dragon high for the Musketeer. So not the response you 100% want, but one that works in this case. Currently about a 500 HP lead for Team Queso.
For Chivas, it would be really nice to get some positive trades over those Baby Dragons up high. If they could just maybe play a Mega Minion instead, would be much better. Get some positive trade, or even a Dark Prince to get a little bit of a counter push.
This time, Lava Hound is in front of the push. Dark Prince down. Barbs will get logged back a little bit. A lot on the board, and a Miner does come in to try to tank, but nothing's going to get past that bridge battle with the Mega Knight sealing the line high.
Yeah, the Mega Knight kind of equalizing everything here, and a lot of that comes because there is a decent amount of units on the ground here for Chivas, or that their air firepower isn't overwhelmingly strong with something like a flying machine. So that Mega Knight actually has a great bit of value here.
NATO tries to get some splash damage on tower, doesn't get it done. Doesn't matter with the tankage, that right-hand tower now in spell range, and just like that, it's going to be Team Queso taking the first game of 2v2.
A very, very easy game for them to take. Benny and Kuchi just kind of controlled that, sat back, and let Diego Pompeo continue to put down those Lava Hound pushes, but they were never really truly able to support them. Honestly, that was just kind of easy pickings for Team Queso.
Very, very easy pickings indeed, and a lot of it came back to, the Inferno Tower certainly swings that matchup a lot towards Team Queso, but you make that one big mistake, Andrew, and you pointed it out. The Lava Hound doesn't catch the Musketeer. The Baby Dragon has to come out. You still give up the damage and give up 4 Elixir and make that Lava Hound end up being worthless. That's such a huge swing of momentum towards Team Queso.
Well, and you really need everything to kind of go right with this matchup. When you talk about that Inferno Tower and you're going to have a Lava Hound up front, really the only way to get a great push in is to get either a second Lava Hound behind it or a ton of troops behind and that lightning up on the front end. But their opponents kept up so much offensive pressure. They had to drop so much defensively. They very rarely had that lightning when they needed it with the elixir in hand to drop it to really help that Lava Hound out. So as you saw, it was very little damage done to Benny and Kuchi. And this is definitely a bit of a matchup conversation, but it feels a lot more just like Diego and Pompeo just couldn't get things going.
Yeah, looking at some of the pieces here, and you see from Kuchi and Benny, of course, having both the Freeze and the Inferno Tower, and not to mention the Graveyard. And you look at the pieces from Pompeo and Diego B to defend against the Graveyard. You have the Poison, which is great, but then a lot of imperfect pieces as well. Yeah,
that's a really good way to put it because, they can drop the Barbs down, but that's going to give you a lot of Poison value. The Baby Dragon's slow with splash damage, just not greatest responses there. And plus, if you look here with having 2 Graveyards in, once you get to double Elixir and the other cards being a lot cheaper, Benny and Kuchi could really keep up that pressure. And they didn't even have the necessity to have to switch lanes, but if they needed to, because they started to lose that battle at the bridge with Pompeo and Diego, they still would have been able to switch. So really nice deck choice there. Way to play patient, not get too aggressive, and let your opponents make mistakes, and then just capitalize on them. Don't do anything fancy, just let them overspend and then punish them.
I haven't looked in depth at the deck pool that Chivas Esports has run this season in 2v2 overall, but you got to wonder if that Inferno Tower was a very purposeful choice as opposed to one that was a hopeful choice.
Yeah, the Inferno Tower is really interesting this season because we have seen a lot of Lava Hound, Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant units that really help. But then we've also started to see that Lightning shift back into the meta, but then the Lightning loses its value to things like the Royal Recruits. So our 2v2 is really fascinating right now just because it's not like you can just kind of go with one type of archetype or one type of defense and just win out. I mean, there was a while there when you just saw, that Royal Giant control, right, with Baby Dragon, Ice Wiz, NATO, and it was just there was no way for anyone to ever break through in 2v2.
Yeah, it's interesting, and you're taking a look at this, Andrew. Part of the delay we're having right now is that, or the whole reason is that Team Queso has called a timeout. So you wonder if they're trying to put a lot more focus in this opening set. Because as we've talked about before, if Team Queso can start winning 2v2s, they suddenly go from a good team that's being carried to a great team that's dangerous. And so you see Coach Elke right now taking the timeout maybe to go over some more deck choices, take a look at what they expect from their opponent. I like what they're doing here.
I do too. I think this is the best time to use that timeout for Team Queso. You talk about that most important set for them. We say it a lot in general, just the most important set is 2v2, but for Team Queso, it is specifically the 2v2 now because of exactly what you're saying. If they lock this set down, they're the best team in the league, period.
It's just a couple of logs to cycle to open up. Nothing fancy, and like we saw yesterday, our first true staring contest in 2v2 this season. We might be going back to that one more time between Team Queso and Chivas Esports.
Yeah, and if the Team Queso doubleheader becomes IMJP getting a King of the Hill sweep, Ruben going perfect in 1v1, and Kuchi and Benny picking up a 2v2 set, that becomes a really big turning point for Team Queso in a season that isn't even close to done yet.
It would be absolutely huge. Talked before about this being Diego B's best season in 2v2. Same for Pompeo, who put up 48% in his opening season with Cream Real Betis, and then a really rough 25% back in our spring season of this year. And now this high win rate they're at the moment has dipped a little bit off that last loss. Still, pretty good numbers so far this season.
Yeah, it's
For
always
the Mexican soccer club turned esports org. Sorry there, Andrew, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's always impressive when you look at those guys bounce back with really, really rough numbers a prior season or just a few months ago. And then you can see the amount of work they put in the offseason and the amount of work that their coaching staff put in. It's pretty incredible. Like, Diego B and Pompeo was something that you and I were excited to see at the beginning of the season, but I don't think we thought they were going to be anywhere near this good.
Really compelling, really interesting choice here that I wonder if part of the timeout call by the Queso coach was to throw off the idea that they're going to go right back and run the same thing again. It does not appear to have tricked Team Queso, or other way around. Chivas seems to have gone right back to the same well.
Yeah, and it's not tricking Team Queso's, I think is what you're trying to say. They've still got that Inferno Tower in there. They've got great splash damage. They've got a lot of units to pick up that miner, including the Tornado to activate King. Yeah, man, I think it actually was a really interesting moment of taking that time out. Chivas maybe trying to call bluff or pull out a bluff, and Team Queso just calling it straight up.
Log does clear off the Inferno Tower. They might go for a second Lava Hound here, and they do.
And that's exactly what they needed to figure out last time. You see how much support was behind that first Lava Hound? Then they're able to squeeze in the second one up front, and this is the type of scary push that Team Queso does not want to have to deal with time and time again.
The Heal Spirit did not help that push, but still gets a little bit of damage on tower. Could have been a whole lot worse, but Heal Spirit played to the inside, gets absorbed by the Baby Dragon. Here we go, tanked for Graveyard. Baby Dragon behind on defense for Chivas Esports, but would love to have that Heal Spirit placement back.
And you talk about fixing your cycle and letting it really line up with your game play and, like, you know, the game flow. This is exactly what Pompeo and Diego have done this game. They're letting the game come to them. They're not getting overly aggressive. They had a great last exchange. They knew they weren't going to take the tower, so what do? They take their elixir advantage, get another Lava Hound down, and defend that graveyard adequately.
It's a very good Heal Spirit this time. Does put a lot behind for this counter push, and now Lava Hounds continue to come down in cycle. 90 seconds left in sudden death overtime. At the moment, it's Chivas Esports in control, looking to bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, so right now, Kuchi and Benny have to decide, do we want to continue to fight this battle in the left-hand lane where we're losing, or do we go to the right?
Lava Hound not in front for the moment. One Baby Dragon will fall, but going for the Mega Minion on Baby Dragon on the right-hand side, and Miner does not go into the Muskie as it dies, instead goes right to tower, and this is looking really rough for Queso. Yeah,
this is going to definitely be tower down here. Lava Hound's still up front. All of the Dragon family behind, just hanging out, pretty much full HP. They've put in a good amount of defense for a really long time, but there's no way Kuchi and Benny hang on. We're going to go to game 3 here in this 2v2 set.
Diego B and Pompeo firing back, and it's so interesting to see, Andrew, the difference. And I don't know if that was a precise, I have to go look at the cards, if that was a precise mirror or run back of game number 1, or if it was just a little bit different in terms of the cards, but you see the difference in having a proper cycle and not making that one critical error early in the match.
Yeah, I mean, it was still playing up against the same enemy in that Inferno Tower. It was just about dealing with the Inferno Tower before they decided to put more into their push. So you see right here, Baby Dragon behind, Lava Hound up front. Instead of going hyper aggressive, they just drop another Baby Dragon back in the pocket, and then they get that Lava Hound up front. So even though the Dragons are up front, you've got 2 Baby Dragons essentially tanking for this Lava Hound right now with an Inferno behind. They never had this much elixir on the board, creating an offensive presence last game.
Yeah, they never got there, and even with the Heal Spirit not doing its job as well in that first push, didn't matter, because once you get the rhythm in, it was very difficult for Kuchiku and Benny, who, to get anything going the opposite direction. Lightning this time does its job, cleans up the board, and that's a pretty easy win here. And Andrew, yeah, it's looking like on both sides, it was just a straight run back. So Team Queso calls the timeout, maybe giving the impression that they would be switching their decks this time. Chivas Esports goes right back to the same place, but while a lot of things were same, one thing was different. The most important thing, that's the outcome.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what these 4 guys decide to come out with in game number 3. I mean, if they just did a straight up 3 in a row, it wouldn't be something we've never seen before, but I would be really surprised because it felt like in that second game, Queso was completely overrun, whereas in the first game, they maybe caught their opponents looking. I think, if anything, Team Queso does need to switch up their deck choice. I wouldn't be shocked if Chivas ran it back again, especially because Pompeo is so good at fighting in the skies. But I don't know, man. Do you imagine a 3 in a row for Queso here?
I don't know. I mean, on both sides, it's one of those things where you almost feel like, hey, if I just done this little thing differently, I could have got it right. And it's almost one of those ones where it's like kind of like a who blinks first, right? You know the matchup now. It's one of those coaching calls where if it works out, everyone says you're a genius, and if it doesn't, everyone starts calling for, you go into the post game, especially the Spanish post game chats, and everyone the salsa is flowing, and everyone's calling for you to be fired. Yeah. So I don't envy the position here for Jose VTS or for Elke at this moment.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I don't think you try to be too fancy. I don't think you run it back again. I think you go with some other archetype that you're very, very good with, one that you guys favor even more, because this isn't something we've seen either of these squads run a ton of. So maybe just go back to something else. So let's check it out here in game number 3.
Let's do it. Set 1 on the line, currently tied up 1-1. I would like to see Pompeo and Diego do something that forces Cucci and Benny to react more, that forces them to make potential double drops and mistakes, because one thing we noticed, Andrew, is that the Team Queso duo doesn't seem to be completely on the same page. So if you can pick up the pace and make them have to react in quick situations, I think that's a great way to put them on the ropes and beat them.
Well, we see skeletons being cycled here from Chivas, so maybe they're going to take note of that. I agree. I think going high cycle, high interaction on the board, high actions per minute is going to be a way to derail Cucci and Benny.
Cucci and Benny both currently in the 2v2 set. Sub 50%, 47 for Benny, who Cucci career win rate at 43%. Despite the two of them both being very experienced in this set. Kind of opposite numbers for them, though. Cucci's best year as a 2v2 player was Season 1 in the fall in 2018, where he went nearly 70% in the 2v2. On the opposite for that, Benny, who was not great that season, put up a nice 60 in the spring season of CRL West in 2019.
This is pretty fascinating, man. I mean, it honestly looks like they just might have switched decks.
That would be the greatest, weirdest, strangest gamesmanship we've seen. And yeah, Andrew, so far it's looking just like that.
Yeah, we see Dark Prince Graveyard going to opposite lane here, really trying to keep Cucci and Benny from being able to put down any units behind this Lava Hound, so maybe they turn this right-hand push into offense. Musketeer going to do some good work on that lava, maybe drop a ranged unit up high and in the center.
That's one thing that you didn't see Cucci and Benny do much with this deck in the last game, was they weren't getting a lot of graveyards down during single to put pressure on. So now, Pompeo and Diego B trying to get a little bit more heat going early.
And if you know what you're playing against, that's exactly the right thing to do, because we all know how hard it is to truly support a Lava Hound push the way we'd like. So normally in a match where or normally in a game where graveyarding in single can be ill-advised at times, it's actually encouraged when you're going up against this heavy of a deck.
I don't believe that Chivas ran Lumberjack in the last 2 games. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I missed one of the 16 cards there. One slight shift out of Cucci and Benny.
Yeah, I like that shift a little bit, just to add a little bit more ground DPS, and of course rage something up.
Graveyard in, Dark Prince tanking, and the Baby Dragon will come in behind.
Ooh, and an odd NATO there. It was a NATO from Chivas, but I think they missed what they were going for.
I don't know if they were trying to predict something coming onto the Baby Dragon, or if that was a misclick and they meant to throw a troop there.
So, Inferno Tower trying to put in some work here. Lumberjack going to go on through and cut it down, though. Nice heal spirit there from Team Queso.
And that NATO much more effective than the first, but going to be 2 Lumberjack and 2 Baby Dragons. This is absolutely massive, and it's got to come back to that NATO. It's got to come back to that NATO. They were in a good spot. 3 Elixir just essentially thrown away, and Chivas Esports completely throws in game number 3.
Yeah, a big throw there early on, and great heal spirits behind from Cucci and Benny in those final moments, and got to be a frustrating loss for Pompeo and Diego, now dropping their second set, but against one of the squads that's that's just not going to be okay with. Of all the teams that you lose 2v2 to or against, Team Queso is not the one that you want to.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that NATO, if it was attempting to predict something onto the Baby Dragon and trying to get more damage on tower, or if it was intended to be another support troop there.
Well, you saw
very, very strange moment.
You saw a moment later the Mega Minion was dropped down on top of the Baby Dragon. If that tornado hits that Mega Minion, it pulls it away and keeps the Baby Dragon alive, I think maybe that's what they're going for, but I also don't know if that was still even worth that much elixir spent to just get the one Mega Minion away to keep the Baby Dragon alive a bit longer. So you saw there getting overwhelmed at the end. Very, very well played by Team Queso to kind of pick apart the mistakes made by their opponents, and also very interesting swap of decks.
Yeah, very interesting change around there in that one, and obviously the Lumberjack did work out for Kuchi and Benny. They had a Lumberjack with two Baby Dragons behind, and chop, chop, chop on that tower. Andrew, I don't want to say this match is over, but it feels like with Chivas Esports losing the 2v2 that no one has yet been able to beat Team Queso in a King of the Hill and 1v1. They've only lost one of those sets one time, and that was Ruben losing a 1v1 set to Javi Catorze. This feels over.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to say that at the end of the first set, but what I was trying to articulate earlier is that Team Queso is not a team that you have the luxury of losing the first set to. They're always getting better and better and better as sets go on, exponentially even so, just because Ruben is that good. So they're going to get stronger here in this King of the Hill. IMJP came out yesterday very well, gets a big-time sweep. Kuchiku will probably be in the third spot. And then there's Ruben. So you got to beat Ruben twice, King of the Hill and 1v1, and IMJP who's starting to get on a roll again. It does feel like this becomes to be a very mismatched battle in sets 2 and 3.
And then it becomes a question of who do you put in for Chivas Esports into the King of the Hill. It's going to be Pompeo and Diego B. Kevin looked better last time around. Do you go back to the rookie one more time?
I think from what we saw, it seems like he's finally starting to hit his stride. I think if anything, you put him out there just to show that you have faith in him, just to show like, look, you did a great job last match. You've done a great job recently. We have faith in you. Let's try to build that confidence. I don't think you bench him today because I think it speaks too much on your actual faith in your roster.
Sure. That ends up being a real challenging one for him. And then the question is, if they do make it to the 1v1, do you send a rookie out against Ruben, or do you send Adrian Piedra out against Ruben? I mean, personally, I'd rather send, I don't know, a denial of service attack out against Ruben. Anything to stop him from playing.
Yeah, I mean, this set, that 1v1 set has been a nightmare for Chivas. Kevin 0-2 to Igor, Adrian 1-2 to Sam, Adrian 0-2 to Bales. So that is not a place that they want to be, but that's where they're going to have to go if they want to win today.
So Kevin is first up for Chivas Esports, currently 2-5 on the season. Has not been great in 1v1, but did have an important King of the Hill performance their last time out.
Yeah, did really well against Misfits. Took down Air Surfer and Wings, so two very celebrated players. And it also gave Chivas their very first win, a 2-0 victory over Misfits, who have really, really struggled this season.
Chivas really believes in this young man, right? I mean, they've had him on their squad going back to 2019, 3 seasons in Liga Mexico, No-Tilt League, both the No-Tilt League semi-pro version and the special edition. He was on the Chivas Esports roster. They really believe that Kevin R.A. can be a big part of their organization's future. And I don't know if they are hoping that if they believe they can salvage the season at this point or not, but I do think that they plan on being with Kevin in the long run and hope that he turns things around and continues to have good moments they can build on for the future.
Yeah, and not every rookie is going to have a great first season, and that doesn't mean they're not going to have a great career, right? Like, just because you don't come out like Igor did, like Lapo did, it's okay. I mean, we saw people like Samuel Basoto have a better sophomore season, it felt like, so it's okay, and the fact that Chivas has that much faith in Kevin is a great thing for this young man.
Doing the right thing right now with keeping troops on the board, knowing that a Graveyard can come in at any point from IMJP, and Kevin needs to find himself getting damage early in this one. Does go Lumberjack to the left-hand side. I believe it's going to be Balloon behind this most likely.
Yeah, and you see here, 6 elixir in the hand of IMJP. He's just kind of hanging out, hanging back, and using the bomb tower there will be interesting. Yep, there it is. Kevin goes right with the balloon.
This is a new or a different variation of 6 Loon, but being a teammate of Pompeo, no big surprise to see an Inferno Dragon in there as well.
Yeah, and Kevin did a great job of getting a lot of damage in single elixir because he's going to have a very difficult time getting that balloon on through with, of course, the Ice Wiz, the Baby Drag, the NATO, and Bomb Tower there. So Kevin has to play this really smart, and he has to play the long game, not like the quick, fast, drop a balloon at the river and hope something good happens. He needs to build these pushes from the back.
He's doing the right thing, keeping the pressure up with the 6-man 3-3 split one more time here. The hard part for this, though, Andrew, as it gets deeper, is that typically this balloon Royal Recruits deck has a good opportunity against Graveyard because it typically runs the Skeleton Dragons with that Heal Spirit, so you can have a good little opportunity to play defense against Graveyards. But take a look at Kevin's deck. No true splash. The Graveyard defense relies on the small spell, the Royal Recruits, some okay but not great responses, especially because of the cost they provide.
Yeah, and there's evidence of it right there. You see how much spell value Kevin just gave away. The Barbarian, the Musketeer, the Recruits, the Lumberjack, the Musketeers, the Recruits, all of that just sitting, living, and then dying inside of IMJP's poison.
Happy to cycle Knight Ice Wiz to the left-hand side, get that Ice Wiz on the board early in case a balloon goes that direction, and then, of course, has the Bomb Tower and NATO. Does IMJP, Graveyard, and Musketeer in the back to play defense, holding on for the moment.
Yeah, that's smart. He gets the Inferno Dragon up high. This way, there's no way IMJP can poison out his Musketeer. It would be too much of an expenditure on the back end. He needs to defend the front of his tower, which will be pretty easy for him. I just don't know how Kevin's going to get another balloon to break through. There's so many layers of defense here for IMJP.
And cycling the Lumberjack to the right-hand side is Kevin. I wonder if that was a misclick, if he meant to cycle that to the left as opposed to the right-hand side, because didn't provide any help on defense, didn't provide anything on offense, gave an easy King Tower activation. This is it. This is the big push. If he can find some way through here, that could do something, but it doesn't think it's going to happen. IMJP going to go ahead and take game number 1 fairly easily here in Triple Elixir.
Now, you have to wonder if that Lumberjack is something to just kind of bait out Elixir on the other side. It's not a good play regardless, because you know IMJP has the NATO and he's going to activate King Tower just like he did. If it was a mistake, that is a bigger problem, because Kevin has had a few of these already in his very short career as a head-to-head player, where he'll just straight up play something that makes no sense on any level. And that Lumberjack is kind of evidence of something like that we've seen already in the past.
Yeah, some suspect decision-making or some fat fingering, either way. Not what you're hoping for out of one of your players at this level. IMJP taking advantage, and of course, look, I think that deck with the Skeleton Dragons version has the advantage in single, is pretty even in double if you have the damage lead, which he did get at first. But this Inferno Dragon version, I think that advantage that you get early on in this deck very, very much diminishes in this one.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that Inferno Dragon is such a great tank killer, but he's also got the Lumberjack there, so I don't know if he was worried about Lava Hound from IMJP, but as you can see here, the poison value that JP started to get in that final couple minutes was just really, really tough. And look, IMJP definitely had matchup here. He definitely has a way to control the win condition of his opponent. That being said, there were still some very suspect decisions made by Kevin R.A. That I think he really needs to iron out before he considers himself or wants to be an S-tier player here at CRL.
Well, that's a very, very short list who you throw that S in front of, so a long journey there for Kevin. So now he takes a seat, and we go on to our next player. It's going to be Pompeo coming out. Do you think we see some sort of balloon Inferno Dragon combination out of a guy who's been known for that, or does Pompeo say, all right, we saw Kevin kind of go that direction, let's go something totally different?
I think that if he ran something that was as easily controllable as what we just saw from Kevin, it would be a mistake. IMJP picks up a 4th game win in a row. He does it with a very, very easy, classic Graveyard deck. I think you need to go with something a little bit more off-brand here in game number 2.
You're right, 4 in a row right now for JP. Game number 2 on its way. Pompeo opens up cycling Snowball.
Okay, well, color me wrong.
Yeah, right? We'll see. I mean, there are a few decks that do this, but 6 Loon is the primary. JP looking maybe like it's going to be going the Royal Giant direction, potentially.
Yeah, and there's that Inferno from Pompeo. So very, very curious here. JP probably wishing he just ran back what he did in game number 1.
Yeah, if this is Royal Giant, having the Inferno Dragon and the Lumberjack together is going to be really nice for Pompeo, because you go ahead and go, okay, Al-E was your Inferno Dragon, but a Lumberjack can still completely melt a Royal Giant.
Nice Magic Archer there, going to mitigate all the damage, create counter push in the right-hand lane. IMJP takes a second to decide what he wants to do.
Magic Archer makes it feel like it's going to be Royal Hogs instead for Pompeo.
And there's a good amount of Fireball bait on the board. You see the first Royal Giant come down for IMJP and an Inferno Dragon in response.
And that's important, the placement you see with the Inferno Dragon to the inside on the Fisherman's side, so that when the Fisherman pulls the Royal Giant, it does not break the connection of the Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Pulls it close, that way that beam doesn't have to reset, and also it does a nice job of kind of protecting the Inferno Dragon instead of just dropping it right up at the river.
Pompeo's career win rate in King of the Hill currently sits at 10 and 11. Put up a 62% clip in his first season in the fall with Cream. So far, 2 and 4, and overall with Chivas, 2 and 6.
So nice Baby Dragon there to look for that Magic Archer, but then an Inferno to respond to the Baby Dragon. A Fisherman pulls that E-Wiz away, and all of a sudden Pompeo has put together a beautiful push.
And a good Heal Spirit in the back as well. This is a lot on the board for Pompeo. Fisherman gets pulled in. Inferno Dragon is healthy. E-Wiz comes out in response. So this could have been a lot more damage for Pompeo. JP strong in the face of adversity.
That was a beautiful defense. It really, really was from IMJP. He always knew what was in the chamber for him in regards to the next card up. He defended perfectly. He used his cards to the maximum utility that they could possibly provide to prevent that massive damage coming in from the Ram Rider. Really impressive stuff.
Heal Spirit does not keep the Magic Archer up on the right-hand side for Pompeo, so while he does have the lead, 1984 to 2280, JP still very much in this one.
Yeah, IMJP going to have a really tough time figuring out the best places to place that Royal Giant, the best moments. And then also, if he's able to get lightning value, it could be huge on top of an Inferno Dragon plus anything else, troop-wise, not just the Princess Tower.
Yeah, the one big complication, Andrew, for those lightnings are these Royal Recruits.
Yep.
They make it really annoying deciding on when and where to use it. Nice King Tower activation there for the Team Queso player.
Yeah, perfect last-second pull by IMJP.
And unable to defend the Magic Archer and unable to get the E-Wiz off on the left-hand side. So JP starting to get some momentum going his way. Does take the lead, 14-37 on the left-hand side.
Yeah, big-time fire back there from IMJP. Pompeo just did not have the responses he needed in hand. And honestly, he's going to have to start to deal with that Royal Giant with a little bit more respect. And by that, I mean he might have to start using his Ram Rider to slow it down.
Magic Archer cycled way in the back. E-Wiz in the back for JP in response. Royal Giant in.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Lightning from JP.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. You get that Hunter off the board, it gets some Princess Tower damage in, and all of a sudden your opponent's defenses have just been absorbed, shocked off the map, eaten alive, and that was a beautiful hit there by IMJP.
Lightning again, Baby Dragon trying to get on tower. 147 remains. Pompeo does have the ability to go for blocks, decides to go Recruits high here. JP should be able to cycle back in time, so Pompeo, instead of trying to go for some sort of catch, instead trying to go get on tower. Not going to happen. IMJP, 2 up, 2 down, 5 in a row right now.
I mean, it feels unwinnable at that point, but I do like your mindset on that, Rich. I think he does cycle him in the back just to maybe delay the lightning for a second longer. The problem is a good player like IMJP just lets them pass the tower, leak a little elixir, and still get the lightning down. But I feel like you got to do whatever you can, whatever it takes in those final seconds, and there was no way for Pompeo to just straight take the tower outright there. I think you do try to go for the lightning block. Just try.
Well, I mean, here's the hard part about that, right? You cycle the Recruits in the back, and a Royal Giant comes at the bridge pretty quickly after it as well. So stop between a rock and a much harder rock. Let's put it that way. Very, very difficult spot there for Pompeo. JP now looking pretty darn good in these last two.
He's looking fantastic. I mean, the Fisherman of Pompeo is basically non-existent when you talk about playing up against a Royal Giant. And this is a big part of it. You look at these high unit placements there with that Goblin Hut. Where's the Fisherman going to go? So a lot of times Pompeo had to cycle his Fisherman in the lane that the Royal Giant was coming into. So even though the Royal Giant and the Fisherman would both be on the board, he was able to pull them into the tower that he wanted, which is why those lightnings were so massive. So right now we're looking here at this big push in defense from IMJP. First thing to recognize is the Fisherman to the Fisherman and the Goblin Brawler up high. Brawler's getting some good damage in on this Ram Rider.
Yeah, JP's defense here is really, really impressive, and a lot of that is that, if we went back in the replay a little bit, the Heal Spirit keeping the Ewas alive as it got pulled into enemy territory creates a lot of disruption in the push that JP wanted, that Pompeo wanted to get done. And this was I believe we're getting close to the lightning play on the left-hand side here. You see a lot on the board right now for Pompeo. There's the King Tower activation, and I think that maybe this is it right here. Yeah, this is going to be that lightning play.
Yeah, you see there the Fisherman, the Hunter, and the Princess Tower all get nailed. And that was right after another beautifully orchestrated defense from IMJP on the other side of the map. I mean, he just did it time and time again, using that Gobbler Brawler to the utmost, getting the Ewas down at the absolute last second, using that Baby Dragon for her splash and her tankage. IMJP is starting to show everyone just exactly why Team Queso was so excited about him, and also about all the stuff he did in the offseason. This is the IMJP that we were all expecting in week one.
Well, he was great in the No-Tilt League Special Edition alongside Ruben, part of why they went and won that championship. And I think the big thing here is that Ruben has had his swings. You know, he had some struggles in CRL West back in the spring season of this year. But as long as one of these two guys is clicking, they can carry. And if they're both clicking, GG, well played, good luck everybody else.
Yeah, you're in trouble. And now Diego B, a spot that he's been in many times before, but still it feels like a pretty abysmal chance right now, having to go through IMJP, Ruben, and Kuchiku just to make it to the third set where you have to once again play Ruben.
Minor wall breakers for JP. Haven't seen a ton of it. We do see some of it here. Looking like Diego potentially going with Graveyard here. Skeletons are strange, though.
So Bomb Tower does come out. Nice job there by Diego, knowing that he couldn't go anywhere on offense because he is going to have to spend 6 on defense, recognizing his opponent's cycle.
That's a nice little cheat push on that left-hand side. Not going to get much out of it, and well defended by Diego B.
Yeah, you know, and that's the name of the game, because IMJP is still up in Elixir now, and he's just going to keep up that pressure, keep changing lanes, find places to where all of a sudden Diego B is going to miss one of those wall breaker connections, and then all of a sudden the game shifts heavily in JP's favor.
Good fireball from JP, but better Baby Dragon from Diego, knowing that the goal there was to push that Musketeer into the E-Wiz.
Yeah, really, really nice heads-up play there by Diego B, just looking for the best move on the board and countering it. I like this high bomb tower. It's going to really stop everything that IMJP wants to do other than just the miner.
What's curious here, Andrew, is that we're 2 minutes into the game. Diego B is clearly not running an Icewiz NATO version of this, but JP is still going to the exact same spot with the miner now for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, that needs to change. There's no actual answer for that other than it just needs to change.
Baby Dragon Knight set up on the left-hand side for the Chivas player. Fireball gets a little bit of value. Musketeer right behind that. Graveyard in for Diego.
Yeah, not a bad fireball there. You're in double elixir. You're going to get tower damage and hit a couple of units. You just have to deal with this Musketeer on the back end. Great job there with a miner on defense from IMJP. Completely untouched miner does demand a response from Diego.
It does feel like the elixir advantage beginning to go towards Diego at this point, though.
Yeah, Diego B finding any small opening he can to get these graveyards on the board. This is a great moment for him. Unfortunately, that Baby Dragon is not tanking for the Skellies. It's the other way around. Would have been a lot more damage otherwise.
Minor wall breakers to the right-hand side for JP. Bomb Tower High does double duty. That's a great bomb tower out of Diego.
Yeah, and he's going to do that every single time. The only time he won't do that is when IMJP does not support his wall breakers with the miner, because he's got a great response in the skeletons and the bar barrel. But otherwise, that bomb tower needs to be baited out somehow by IMJP. It's just really difficult to create that much presence on the board.
And now for the first time, you see JP going to a different spot with the miner after getting caught with that positive trade for Diego. Final 90 seconds right now. It's the Chivas Esports player up by a hair in the left-hand lane.
Yeah, and Diego B needs to keep the pressure on, because he'll start getting miner spell cycled out really, really quickly. These fireballs coming in with log and miner hits add up very, very, very fast. And right there you see all three of them coming in again.
Baby Dragon to the left, going to tank for a moment here for the graveyard. Poison should come in on those Spear Goblins, and it does. Can he catch a miner here in the back? Not going to do it. Needs to stop these wall breakers. There you go. Bomb tower down.
Yeah, great use of the bomb tower there. Skeleton still on the back end. 660 to 722. We know that IMJP can cycle around very, very easily, very quickly. So I believe here we maybe see a high poison. No, he's going to just go for this bridge battle.
And it's the Barb Barrel to deal with the miner and give up a little bit of damage here in the hopes of a counter push. Very healthy Baby Dragon.
Yeah.
Bomb tower trying to hold high. Good poison value here for Diego B, but does not catch the miner on the back end.
Does not. Skeletons go to the back. Knight goes to the top right side. Fireball comes in. IMJP knows that he can win this in a spell cycle race. Tries to get the miner back down. Where are the skeletons? No skeletons in hand. IMJP looking to steal this.
Fireball could do it. Will the graveyard win? And the graveyard gets it by a hair.
And you see just the late reaction from everyone just going nuts. That was as close as it gets. The problem for poor Diego B is after an incredible performance like that, he still has to beat Ruben. He still has to beat Kuchiku, and that's just to go to the third set.
Oh boy. Oh boy. And you can see, look at Diego as he steps away from the camera there for a minute. The adrenaline's up, the energy's up. You gotta hope he can find a way to calm down and channel that into game number 4.
Yeah, that is a, oh man. Those are the games we love to see, because I love that we have the face cams now too, because you can see the reaction from both of them. No one knew what was gonna happen. It's very rare that you see that when pros of this caliber, to where it's that moment of just, I'm gonna put stuff on the board and I'm just gonna wait and see what happens, and I hope it falls my way. IMJP just a millisecond behind Diego B.
Well, JP knew what to do. Put a fireball in that front inside corner. Diego B was like, I gotta put a graveyard down and hope that a skeleton touches that tower before this fireball hits. And lucky for him, it did. Keeps Chivas Esports alive just a little bit longer.
You know, this is the beauty of being in the booth, right? We get to go back and be like, well, you know, that thing I said 6 minutes ago actually kind of matters now. Rich, those miner placements that you called out early on, what happens if he gets 2 more miner swings throughout that game?
That game's done 7 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
And we have 2 back-to-back sweeps for IMJP. That's the story. And, you know, you put the miner in the safe spot 3, 4, 5 times in a row. Didn't vary up placement until that bomb tower pickup. I think that a second that you realize you're not against NATO, start moving that bad boy around. And here we go. Let's take a look at this finish. This is going to be crazy here, Andrew.
Yeah, talk about a photo finish. The first fireball cycle comes out. We get a barb barrel plus graveyard on offense here from Diego B. And big shout out to you guys in the booth for bringing this up in slow-mo. Miner already back in. The cycle is insanely fast. I don't even know what to say right now, because you guys can see it happening. It's literally just ticking down on both sides of the map. Skeletons surround to help that miner and knight off the board. Fireball comes in, and that poison's just ticking away. That's all it is. 1 skeleton plus that poison tick, and that's it.
Yeah, 1 skeleton on the back. The Spear Goblins don't pick it up. And now you have Chivas Esports with a winning King of the Hill. Man, that's a tough one. And yeah, it comes back, I think, Andrew, to those miners.
Yep.
Just one miner place in a different spot than the safe spot earlier on. 1 extra hit, and it's a totally different tune. We're already done. On to our next match.
Look, and here's the thing for IMJP, totally cool. You pick up 5, no problem. Your last 2 matches in this doubleheader weekend have been exceptional. Your team could not be happier. You won the 2v2 today. You still got Ruben ready to go. This is totally fine for Team Queso. They're still on cruise control. Diego B, on the other side of it, has got nothing but pressure at this moment. I mean, it feels like if he loses today, this is 100% done for Chivas Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to fall down to, I believe it would be 1-5 at that point for Chivas. I haven't looked at the numbers precisely in a minute. I think that would be the course, 1-5, which there may be a negative win rate team that makes it into 6th place. There could be that battle happening, but it's going to be a tight one. You don't want to be there. So here we go. Can Diego B continue to keep Chivas in the hunt and prevent that 5th and maybe nail in the coffin loss? One of the most difficult outs in all of Clash Royale. Across from him, it's Ruben.
Ruben, 90% win rate in King of the Hill right now, 9-1. Wow.
Yeah, no, he's nuts. 84% win rate overall in the season for Ruben. 16-3 in games. I know, it's obscene.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a record that you feel like isn't even possible at this point, but Ruben somehow is doing it.
What's interesting here is Diego B going with Hog Triple Spell with the Musketeer, the previous meta version, rather than Archers. Maybe something about what he thinks the matchups might be against Ruben, that he thinks that the Musketeer is a better choice.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Diego. It really is. You look at Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that he expects that Ruben's not going to run Graveyard, and the Archers do create a different matchup for Graveyard for this deck, and maybe that's a big reason why he's gone back to Muskie. Yeah,
that's a solid call there, and as I was saying, this is going to be a little bit tough for Diego B. He does out-cycle him, obviously, and he will be able to get some spell cycle down, which will help with that Goblin Hut. But of course, the Fisherman and the Log and the Hunter do make it a lot more difficult for that Hog Rider to break on through. I'm excited to see what Diego B does to actually do what I just said. How is he actually going to break through these defenses?
Musketeer down, Pigs to the left-hand side, just as that Knight cycles to the right. How does Ruben break past the Bomb Tower, Snowball, Log? All three of those pieces are going to be challenging for Team Queso's Young Star.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Ruben doesn't have a big-time range unit here, something like a Firecracker or a Magic Archer to help pick that Bomb Tower off the board in the center of Diego's side of the map, which is really one of the reasons why you see Magic Archer paired with them so regularly. Not is it just the Fireball bait, but it's also the idea of helping get those defensive units off the board, the defensive buildings.
And Ruben decides to go down on the Elixir a bit to prevent that Musketeer from getting any shots on tower. Bomb Tower in response for Diego B. He is up a little bit, and you see him pressure right now with the Hog Rider Snowball combination, but that will turn into a King Tower activation.
Yeah, nice Hog Rider Snowball, gets one hit in, but now Ruben can use that Fisherman to pull to the center of the map, so Diego's going to have to be creative in getting units up high.
Seems like it might have been a slight error from Diego in terms of reading the cycle there, expecting maybe he was going to be up against the Hunter on defense against the Hog Rider rather than the Fisherman pull. So that Snowball not being very effective in that last push for Diego, and now you see that the pressure's coming in from Ruben.
Yeah, Diego has to be careful with that because, he's used to probably playing this Hog cycle deck with something, or against something that doesn't cycle quite as quickly as his. But you saw right there that the Fisherman from Ruben was able to come down again the moment that Hog Rider did. And same again, beautiful, beautiful play there with the pre-dropped Fisherman out of Ruben.
Log to clean things up. You did see Ruben missed a Fireball on the Bomb Tower on that last sequence, which may have led to the slight Elixir advantage that you saw out of Diego on the opposite side there for a moment. Final 90 seconds, and more pressure from Ruben forces the Snowball to the left-hand side.
1671 to 1538. Diego B still in the lead here, and I'll be very curious to see when he starts to just go for that spell cycle race.
Log out of cycle, so you might see a Heal Spirit. No, Heal Spirit gets picked up trying to support the Hogs on the opposite side. Fisherman might be a little bit late here. Ooh. No, just barely pulls the Hog in time.
Yeah, frustrating there for Diego B. Almost gets a massive swing in from that Hog Rider, but Ruben right now probably trying to figure out, rack his brain, how he's going to break through. So he's going to start to pile things on at the river here to hope that he can get these other units off the board a little bit more quickly with the help of the Hunter.
I think he was hoping maybe for that Hunter to pull, or here we go, the Hog to the right-hand side. I think that he was hoping for the Fisherman to pull the Musketeer in more quickly so the Heal Spirit would jump back over to the Hogs on the left-hand side. Doesn't happen, but now the cycle coming in pretty heavy. Slight lead right now for Ruben. Does have to defend against this Hog on the right-hand side. Diego B holding off on the EQ as we enter the final 30.
Yeah, the timing on Ruben's defenses is incredible right now, which is why you see Diego B holding off. He's going to defend this, and he's trying to put more down on the board. So now you see he's got a Knight and a Musketeer. He's able to cycle the Earthquake. This is where going to be where he puts the Hog Rider down again.
Great log value there for Diego on the right-hand
there it
side.
is.
938 to 783. Fireball cycle in for Ruben. Final 15 seconds. EQ in. Hog Rider does not connect. Here we go. Final 10. 3 HP difference. Fireball log one direction. EQ log the other. Can it steal it? Diego B gets 2 in a row.
Goodness. You see right there, Ruben recognizes that he could just not keep up with it. He wasn't going to win that race. Diego B, 2 up, 2 down, but you can see the look on his face. He knows he is not in the clear yet.
Yeah, that's big for Chivas, and this is a set where they've had a lot of struggles. Diego B has been one of the bright spots overall for Chivas here, and good luck trying to win a spell cycle race against Hog Triple.
Yeah, I mean, Diego B has always been that guy that you can put in incredible spots. Does he always win? No, you can't expect anyone to be 100%, but you put him in high-pressure situations, and you're going to get a little bit of diamonds out of him. Look at this. The Hog triple spell cycle beats Ruben out. Great plays from both these guys. Neither one of them got too aggressive. Ruben got pretty innovative there towards the end to get some good damage in on both sides, but Diego B just recognizing where he was at, where that fisherman was in cycle, and when to play those spells.
And this was kind of an interesting moment for Ruben, where it became a same lane battle, which, I don't know if that necessarily favors him at this moment. It does see some opportunities for spell cycle value, the log on the tower to get both the spear goblins and the heal spirit down. And just before this moment, you see right now, still ahead is Ruben, but behind on Elixir, and you're not going to win that situation.
Yeah, and you know what? To answer that, Rich, I mean, definitely not. You never want to go in the same lane as that Hog triple spell unless you have something that's going to win those counter pushes and create an even bigger one every time, whether it's something like a P.E.K.K.A. with bridge spam behind or a good defense with a graveyard coming in on the back end, because otherwise, what's going to happen is exactly what we saw, which is a great job by Diego B getting everything and anything he could with every spell dropped down, and there's no way for Ruben to keep up with it. Really well played by Chivas Esports here in King of the Hill.
So now we go into our 5th game of King of the Hill. Not a place we expected to be after the first 2 from IMJP. And it's going to be Diego B versus Kuchiku. Diego B playing very well at this moment, certainly in rhythm right now. Kuchiku on the season, currently undefeated in head-to-head play, 1-0.
Yeah, it's interesting to think that he's spent very little time in head-to-head. He's got a 100% win rate. 2v2 has been the struggles, and some of the things we've seen in 2v2 out of Team Queso that haven't worked are miscommunications. So luckily in King of the Hill, you don't have to deal with that. It's just back to you playing your game. Kuchiku has been 100% in King of the Hill, so right now it'd be a great moment for him to finish the day out and close things out for Queso in 2.
Good lucks from both sides. Diego B, with that win, does move his head-to-head win rate on the season into the positive, 5-4 this season in King of the Hill. And if you're keeping along with the Ruben story, that does drop his overall win rate on the season to a completely unfortunate 16-4.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
16-4, huh? Not bad.
So Graveyard for Kuchi, Royal Giant for Diego B, and this is that Royal Giant, Royal Ghost deck that we saw a lot of yesterday, which can be so frustrating when they do that double drop.
Yeah, it's a great double drop. I mean, the Royal Ghost in front of almost anything is such a fantastic drop. We're seeing it in Bridge Spam right now online with Royal Ghost paired with Cannon Cart, but it's the same idea. Drop that Royal Ghost up front, help it clear up any splash troops on the way, and then by the time it's actually visible to your opponent, it's getting tanked for by something much beefier.
Ice Wiz cycled in the back for Kuchiku, Heal Spirit to give that Royal Ghost a little bit extra life on the left-hand side.
So both these guys doing exactly what you should do here. You saw Diego B go a little aggressive early on, which is correct. That way his opponent can't build these big pushes up in one lane and drop a graveyard and single. And then for Kuchiku, also just taking as little damage as possible until this first double elixir ticks in.
Royal Giant and single behind tower in the back like that is often kind of a dangerous play here. But a good read there from Diego B, saw the Fisherman in the left-hand lane and knew that a counter push for Graveyard would probably be a bit of an overcommitment with his 6 elixir in the right-hand side.
Yeah, exactly, because he would have been able to defend pretty adequately with something like a bar barrel or even just an E-Wiz. You see there, the E-Wiz gets dropped right in the middle of it. You know, that dual shock along with the Princess there is really, really nice. He can help with the heal spirit, really smart plays there. That's actually something that's really nice with the heal spirit in defensive graveyard is you can drop some squishier range unit right in the thick of it, and then you know it's going to trigger the heal spirit.
Diego might have liked to have that Hunter a little bit higher so it didn't give double value to that poison. Nonetheless, still ahead as we go to the final 30 of regulation. 1894 in the left-hand lane, but Diego B choosing to go right away from these graveyard pushes.
Yeah, and I like that play again. He's creating pressure on both sides, never making Kuchi comfortable enough to drop that graveyard. Great
Heal Spirit does leap over the bar barrel. Yep, very nice.
You're going to eat those shots from the baby on the left-hand side and go right with a Royal Giant on both sides of the map.
And look at that. The bar barrel does not pick up, but does take the bomb tower off the board. Diego might be in a bit of trouble here on the left-hand side, though, Andrew.
Yeah, if Diego was a little bit faster on the trigger with that bar barrel, would have been really, really nice damage on the left-hand side. Royal Giant would have been tanked for a minute, but just not the case. And Kuchi, though, still not able to find a great opening. But when he does, it should be a pretty big one.
RG again to the right-hand side, 1326 in that right-hand lane. Diego does have the dual lane advantage, but Kuchi does have Graveyard, but can change that in a heartbeat. Here we go, Poison getting both. All three, the Ghost, the Bar Barrel, and the E-Wiz. Heal Spirit completely negates that value.
Yeah, really great Heal Spirit again. And that did feel like the moment where Kuchiku had to go in with his Graveyard, but right now having to deal with both sides of the map should be back around to Bomb Tower. There it is, maybe a Bar Barrel high on top to help clean up these Royal Giants.
And the Heal Spirit keeps the Royal Giant alive on the left-hand side. That Bar Barrel could have been a big overspend. Instead, the Heal Spirit makes it pay off as we go into Triple Elixir.
Diego B making a run here in this King of the Hill set. Unfortunately, he will not be available for 1v1 if they get there, but really, really helping his team stay alive.
This is a great performance from him right now, and Royal Giant does go to the right-hand side, picked up by the Bomb Tower high. Final 30 seconds, it is Triple Elixir. A Graveyard can steal this in any given moment. Right now, Diego B trying to put pressure on the right-hand side. Graveyard in, Knight high. A lot of tankage coming across the bridge.
Yeah, Knight a little bit late, but a great NATO here from that Baby Dragon. Bar Barrel comes in to kind of reset it, 700 to 1453. Poison's going to drop it on in. Diego B going to sweep Team Queso in King of the Hill.
What a great performance from Diego B, a team that has only won one head-to-head set coming into today. Their off-season pickup proving its value here with a huge 1-2-3.
Yeah, an incredible display of poise there from Diego B, able to come in last man up, match point 3 in a row. 3 different decks, 3 excellent performances, and now we go to 1v1.
Fascinating, absolutely fascinating, Andrew, because now you're sitting there as Jose V, the coach for Chivas Esports, and you feel good. You got through the King of the Hill set. You know, you look at that and you go, man, if we just won the 2v2 like we expected,
I know.
Where would we be right now? But now you go, what do you do preparing for this King of the Hill? Do you send out Kevin, who made another mistake today, or do you send out Adrian Piedra, who just feels like he is outmatched by Ruben?
Yeah, this is the really, really frustrating part to be, or position to be in as Chivas Esports. I mean, you look at what just happened. You lose the set you're supposed to win, and then you win the set that you're not supposed to with your 2v2 guy. So really, all it spells is, yes, success, but really more than anything is trouble. Because now they're in a third set against the best in the game, and they don't have the only guy in their squad that seems to be doing it in head-to-head play available.
This was a really, really smart game overall by Diego, and one thing you'll notice is we're in the final 8 seconds, and 5-4 coming up, and this is where you finally see the fireball come out.
Yeah.
Played a troop-based game the entire way through, put pressure on, played the defense the best he could, but didn't force fireballs at any point throughout the game, a big part of the success here for Diego.
Yeah, and I really loved what Diego B did with his Graveyard defenses, dropping a cheap, soft, squishy unit, high DPS right in the thick of it, and then supporting it with a Heal Spirit, knowing it's going to go off, keeping it alive, turning it into a counter push. So great King of the Hill there for Diego. My hat's off to you. Unfortunately for Chivas, he does take a seat for the rest of the day, the rest of the weekend. What do you do, man? What do you do?
I don't know. You hope. And again, I think that what you do is no matter whether you send out Adrian or you send out Kevin, what you do is you do not go meta in game one. In game one, you take a big swing. Maybe you go something that's comfort. I don't know, but I feel like you got to bloody Ruben's nose, play something that he cannot predict, and try to steal the win from him. Which you got one big win off of him in King of the Hill. Maybe do it again here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge win. Ruben ever losing is a massive win, so maybe, just maybe, you're in his head just a little bit, but it can't be that much. Ruben's a guy that stays locked and dialed, and he's done so much this season already. I can't imagine he's anything other than just hungry to get back out there and win that 1v1 set. I think if I have to, gun to my head, make a decision for me right now, Andrew Guy, I would pick Adrian Piedra. Even though Kevin has actually played better this season, for some reason, I just feel like Adrian matches up better against Ruben. I don't really have an explanation for it other than just like gut feeling.
You know, I don't think you can put someone who's had the mistakes that Kevin has made, right? Because, you know, there's been some mistakes from Adrian, no question.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the big glaring bad, like decision-making, misplacements, the really glaring errors that Kevin has put out. Whatever the cause of that, and especially if they're nerves, I don't think you can put those out against Ruben. You have to put a veteran there, somebody who's not going to let nerves get him, and has a good shot at winning based on his experience level for Adrian.
Yeah, and it really does feel season on the line situation here for Chivas. We've said that for a few teams, but that's where they're at. Pain, Chivas, Liquid, and Misfits are all basically win or go home. And it's crazy to say that Liquid is thrown in that mix, our former world champions. But as of right now, it looks like we won't even be seeing Liquid in the playoffs. So all of these squads need to put it together. And it's going to start right here, right now, with Chivas Esports going up against Team Queso in 1v1.
And it's going to be, this is going to be exciting, guys. They've thrown it to us, and now I'll throw it to you.
Wow.
It is Adrian and Ruben, so let's go ahead and jump on into it. 1v1, best of 3 to decide our opening match of the day.
This is a big one for Adrian. He looks jazzed, which I'm really happy about. I love when he's feeling confident. That's the best place for Adrian Piedra to be.
And one wall breaker still does connect after that, so not the value you want out of that NATO combination.
Yeah, that
no
minor.
Big surprises. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that minor from Ruben was really, really well played. Looking for a building or looking for, I mean, honestly, it ended up working out better that it was a tornado.
And Adrian with a little look off to the side like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Wondering what that look is, maybe recognizing what he's up against, but pretty clear when you saw the minor wall breakers early.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprises here that Ruben's running. Oh, that's a nice cheeky NATO there. Fireball comes out.
That's a huge tornado from Adrian. He's going to get that next drop in, and that's what Chivas needs. You can see right now the smile on Adrian's face, but he needs to lock up those interactions if he wants to close this out in the next minute 45.
Threw a 2 up there. I wonder if that was a 2 minutes left or something there. Not entirely sure. And you can see kind of like a little bit of an eye roll almost from Ruben on his side.
Yeah, he definitely looks frustrated with how that started. We all know how that feels when you're just out of cycle or you misplay a defense early and a balloon drop comes in or double balloon drop comes in and it already feels like the game has slipped out through your fingers.
You know, we talked about Adrian maybe going off meta. Doesn't go entirely off meta, but does go like out like second circle meta, right? This is not one of the 7 or 10 most popular decks in the game right now. It's in that next tier, and, you know, maybe something that Ruben wasn't totally preparing for.
Yeah, and, you know, Adrian trying to go for the min-max tower trade here, eating a ton of damage on the left-hand side to ensure that he takes the tower on the right. I just don't know if I love that play, because he had the minor, and it was only a few hundred damage. I feel like he would have been able to spell cycle that tower out. And now you can see Adrian very frustrated because he's about to go to a 2-tower game.
Yeah, that's a huge difference from where it felt like he was early on. Sets up that giant skeleton to the right-hand side, and Ruben, of course, can easily get that left-hand side off the board.
Yep, and now he's going to go minor to the back, distract the front end, keep the giant skeleton locked up, log away the tower on the left-hand side, and we're back to an even game.
Ruben sets up bomb tower on his side, so no matter who wins this one, we are going to be getting at least 2 towers down. That's a lot on the board right now.
Ooh, Baby Dragon.
Adrian Piedra.
Really nice Baby Dragon there for Adrian. Comes into the perfect spot. Does use a NATO to ensure that those wall breakers go down. And a second Giant Skeleton comes in. This is a great play for Adrian.
And Miner does get on the E-Wiz. That's absolutely huge. Adrian Piedra.
Yeah.
Gonna get a shot on the left-hand tower, it looks like. And, of course, the Giant Skeleton on the King Tower right now.
Giant Skelly, Baby Dragon Splash, and the balloon drop in. Adrian Piedra starts off his 1v1 set with a 3 crown over Ruben.
Oh, my word. Who picked Adrian for fantasy this week, huh? Who got him? 3 crowns in an opening game against Ruben, and that was a back-and-forth slobber knocker of a battle. And it looked for a moment there, Andrew, like Adrian might throw, but in the long run, just too much on the board that Ruben couldn't control at the same time.
Yeah, that second Giant Skeleton in the pocket was just beautiful. It made it so that Ruben had to completely ignore the other Giant Skeleton walking onto his King Tower. You get that second balloon down, and all of a sudden, a game that felt pretty even, and it also felt like it was slipping out of Adrian's fingers, went handedly right back in his favor.
So, it's interesting. I'm going to watch that game back after today and see if those Spear Goblins we just saw on the right-hand side might have been a bit much. And this was that great defense from Adrian. The NATO pulls the wall breakers in, and now look at how much is on the board. I don't care what you got going on Ruben's side. There's 2 Giant Skeletons, a healthy Baby Dragon, and a balloon, and of course that Miner goes right to the E-Wiz. Nothing really he can do here. Ruben has to try to deal with that balloon on the left, which means that Giant Skeleton is free to go right to King.
Right, and then he drops that second balloon on the right-hand side, and it's just one then the other, back and forth, just getting knocked around was Ruben in those final moments. So Ruben gonna try to bounce back here in game number 2. Great plays there from Adrian Piedra, but it is one of the few moments this season where you've seen him kind of looking like the Adrian of old. So locking out this set 2-0 sweep would be massive.
Well, this, again, I said it during the game, and we'll come back to it again. Not going with one of the 7 or 8 most popular meta decks, right? Not going with a Hog triple spell, not going with the current RG decks, going with something a little bit outside. Again, this is still, I wouldn't call it an off-meta deck, but this Miner Giant Skeleton Balloon deck, it certainly is secondary meta.
Yeah.
It's one you don't prepare for as much. I love the call from Chivas, love the call from Adrian, and this is would be a crazy, crazy upset if they got the win here over Queso.
Yeah, so now I'm trying to think of what Adrian does here in game number 2, and it feels like, and it's tough because this is always kind of like such a crutch deck, but really, Ice Wiz, Baby Drag, NATO, Bomb Tower, Graveyard, it's easy, you control the game, you can poison out if you need, you've got the best defense the game basically offers. Maybe play something like that because you know Ruben, you know how good he is. That deck can balance out control decks, high cycle decks, and beatdown. That's where I go.
I think that's a good idea, right? Something that does have a lot of defensive playability. The one thing I would do is make sure you don't play anything that's going to get beat on the cycle, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to have Ruben be able to give Ruben a deck that gets outplayed easily by a guy who can outcycle you. So I think that you make a pretty good call there. It wouldn't be surprising if he went that direction after going the way he went in game number 1. And we're in an interesting spot, a place we haven't been that often this season with Team Queso facing match point for the other squad.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 2. Ruben trying not to get eliminated right now.
Ruben trying not to go 0-3 on the day, which would be very rare.
Yeah, that is very, very shocking. So here we go. Adrian with the Battle Healer coming out. We've seen this with Graveyard. We've seen it with E-Golem.
I would be shocked if he was playing E-Golem here. I would be absolutely shocked.
I'd be offended.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be that U.S. Graveyard deck, which, again, also has some pretty strong controllability.
Yeah, and this is a really tough deck to keep up with in double and triple. I mean, you get one good Battle Healer, and all of a sudden just changes that elixir very handily in the favor of your opponent.
Ruben goes Royal Giant, Royal Ghost, and runs right into the Barb Hut, so that's going to be very, very difficult. Adrian Piedra probably likes his chances at this stage in the game.
Yeah, he's got a great matchup right now. All he needs to do is just chill out for this next minute, wait and see what happens, get to double and triple elixir, start stacking those Barb Huts, or keep them always in hand to deal with the Royal Giant.
First minute 10 away, and Ruben will get one shot. Notice Adrian decides to spend on that.
And
that might have ended up being 2, so you understand why.
Yeah, and get some tower damage there, so okay for Adrian. Ruben, like you said, had to respond.
Heal Spirit will not get there in time because the Hunter does too much damage, does heal the Royal Giant up, doesn't keep the Hunter or give the Hunter any extra health here.
Mega Minion off the board. That Hunter in the back, kind of a problem here, and that Royal Giant does get 2 big shots in for Ruben.
You see Adrian not happy about those connections on the right-hand side. 2026. A little well played out there from Adrian. And no, you will not be seeing the Electro Giant yet.
No.
In CRL, but maybe before the end of our season.
Adrian, that's a tough drop right there. He plays the Battle Healer a little bit low, has to drop another unit down. Now the Ewis sneaks in front of the Battle Healer because it misses the pull on that Royal Ghost. Lots of trouble.
And that's a great Royal Ghost there on the inside, Andrew, because you're going to see us going to go and help out on the bar button now.
Yeah, really, really nice. Now using that change in trajectory to his advantage is Ruben. A great Heal Spirit comes in. That gives him 3 big Royal Giant shots. And finally, Adrian goes on offense.
Yeah, Adrian does pull the trigger on Graveyard now. Baby Dragon caught on the opposite side, though, not able to tank. Man, that Royal Ghost was really, really, really sharp and opened up a ton of damage. And if Ruben ends up able to pull out this game and not fall in triple, that play might be the reason why.
Yeah, I mean, that and really great use of the Hunter up high on top of the Baby Dragon, just making sure that Adrian had nothing at all supporting that Graveyard. And now Adrian needs to sell out here on the right.
Graveyard in, and the defensive construction does allow for some tanks to get across here for the moment. Ewiz comes behind outside of poison range.
Yeah, that Heal Spirit does a good job there for a second, but all of it does end up falling off the board with the help of that Mega Minion.
And Royal Ghost again trying to help out the Royal Giant. Also helps with the DPS by keeping the Barbarians off the Royal Giant as well.
Yeah, nice job there. High Battle Healer comes in to get in the front, help heal all these units, but more than anything, keep that Royal Ghost off of his Barbarian hut.
Final minute approaching. Triple Elixir on its way. Ruben does have a pretty big lead right now. And Adrian unable to pick up that Royal Ghost. Couple huge shots come in.
Yeah, just maybe not having anything in cycle that he needs. Now we see the Battle Healer getting pulled up front. This could be big for Adrian. Now we see the Skeletons getting tanked for.
Yeah, Bar Barrel E was able to control it very, very nicely. And this is a huge downhill push coming from Ruben.
Yeah, Royal Giant does get its shot in. Second Royal Giant going to come down. Goodbye to that Battle Healer. Hello to that Barbarian Barrel, and that is going to do it. We're going to go to game number 3.
Tower down Ruben, and what a nice performance here. You know, this RG Royal Ghost, this RG double RG deck is relatively newer in the meta because of that change to the Royal Ghost. I haven't seen numbers on the matchup with this Ewiz, which, I mean, the Ewiz Battle Healer deck is also more popular right now than it has been in the past, also because of that hover mechanic. Very curious to see what the numbers are overall in this matchup.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that Adrian needed to do, instead of going right back on offense with Graveyards every single time as we were in double and triple elixirs, I think there was one moment when he needed to reset, let his push die so he could get the elixir back. Then he would be able to drop the Barb Hut to meet that Royal Giant, but at the same time, he'd be able to play the Battle Healer up high to catch that Royal Ghost. Because even though the Battle Healer caught the Royal Ghost later, damage was already done to this Barbarian Hut. Way too much damage was already done, and this is what he did basically every time. This is one of the first pushes that we saw come in, and it was pretty adequately defended by Adrian, but as time went on, they got worse and worse.
And so, I mean, this is a big thing too, where it almost worked against Ruben once or twice, the Fisherman pulling troops into tanking range, and this is that first big Royal Ghost at the bridge. Keeps the Barbs off of that Royal Giant, helps get the Barb Hut down, and then the Ewiz, or the Heal Spirit comes in behind at the bridge battle and gets a few huge shots from the RG.
And a really nice fireball on top of all of that from Ruben to take the Mega Minion off the board and the 2 Barbarians that spawned. Now you see the high Barb Hut comes in, which actually isn't a horrible play, but when there's that much right behind, it is really, really troublesome, because you're going to see anything you drop in get pulled all the way back into oblivion with that Hunter, Fisherman, and 2 Ewizzes.
There's a little note right now on this Royal Giant deck you just saw from Ruben. We've seen a few times today. Its current win rate in the last 24 hours in all of Clash Royale is 65% across challenges, ladder play, everything. So if you're looking to go ahead and do some stomping, maybe go ahead and throw that into your mix here for the rest of the weekend. Man, that's a fun one. Andrew, we go to game number 3. Going a little outside of the norm worked well for Adrian. What do you do here in game number 3 for Chivas?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think maybe you go Adrian Comfort. I think that's what you do, is you go with whatever he feels the best at in the moment. So let's hop into game number 3 and see what Chivas can bring to the table. Ruben looking to stay on top in these 1v1 sets, even though he drops game number 1.
Not much of a sample size for the matchup that we just saw, but the numbers that I'm seeing put it at about a 60% win rate, or an 70-30 to 80-20 matchup for the Graveyard deck in that last one. So very well played for Ruben.
Yeah, I mean,
Looking like
that's
he might be going.
kind of what I was saying. Was last game, it just felt like Adrian needed to reset at one point so that he could actually get a real offensive push down. Instead, it was just like, I'm going to Barb Hut down to 0, then I'm going to Battle Healer down to 0, and a lot of that happened.
Ruben going right back to the well one more time in game number 3. Going to be pretty standard current version of Splash Yard up against this Royal deck.
Yeah, Adrian now running what I thought he was going to run in game number 2, which actually would have worked out probably a lot better.
Fisherman cycled in the back as we go past the first minute 15 of gameplay.
And Knight
Knight
cycle.
in response, yeah.
Yeah, so you know that Heal Spirit comes out because the Fisherman is going to pull that Knight right into it. It's going to activate, heal everything up, and actually create somewhat of a threat for very cheap on the left-hand side.
And the Royal Ghost comes behind. Fisherman's going to go all the way in. This is going to be a fairly significant threat right now, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw it come together piece by piece by piece. It was just that Adrian didn't have the elixir to deal with it.
And you see a grimace out of Adrian on the left-hand side, knows that that dual lane pressure created a lot more trouble than he'd hoped for.
And it's going to continue to be that way because the problem with the deck that Adrian's running, the problem with this Splash Yard deck is it does such low damage per second on single targets. So there you go. Great damage per second, pulled away. Now you got to get the Baby Dragon down. Baby Dragon's much lower. Bomb Tower's off the board. NATO has to come out. Look at the elixir.
Royal Ghost cycled in the back right now for Ruben. Hunter in front. Heal Spirit will come to support all of that. And Ruben just chooses to double down on the left-hand side.
That Bar Barrel does get the Heal Spirit off the board, so nice there. Fisherman going to go right onto that Bomb Tower, which is going to allow this Royal Giant to still get a shot? Question mark? No, sir.
Long question mark there, and here we go. Graveyard in, Baby Dragon high. Princess does not retarget to the Baby Dragon, though, so not quite as much help on the push as maybe Adrian would have wanted.
Yeah, and a really nice Barb Barrel, though, out of Adrian here to get that Hunter off the board. He doesn't actually get much out of it, but it did feel like a moment that he had put Ruben's defenses to work.
Sudden Death overtime on its way. Right now, 20:58 to 15:94. Team Queso in the driver's seat, but for how long as we get closer to triple with very, very close damage on both sides.
Yeah, really great NATO there. Everything pulled right into range of the two DPS dealers, so then Ruben drops the Hunter up high, and now Adrian, frustrated that his great play kind of got thrown right around back in his face.
Royal Ghost with the Fisherman behind, and Ruben sets up Royal Giant to the opposite lane here.
Yeah, Adrian now has to be very aware of what happened last time that Ruben did this. It was when he got a ton of dual lane pressure coming in on the left-hand side, and he took a lot of damage on the left-hand side.
Fisherman to worry about the Ice Wizard on the right-hand side. Ice Wiz will get pulled across the bridge.
Ruben definitely is back
and
to
now
Royal
a second
Giant.
one down.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just as that Bomb Tower gets evaporated as well, Andrew, this is real trouble for Adrian.
Yeah, he's done. He's absolutely done. You see there on the right-hand side, Royal Giant on the tower, Hunter behind, Barb Barrel in, 274 remaining. Left-hand side, same story. Second verse, same as the first. Ruben is back in the 1v1 set. He didn't really ever go anywhere. It was just one game he took off.
Yeah, but it feels like one game lost for Ruben is almost the end of the world. You look at that and you go, how is it even possible? But today, pulls it out in the end, and still unbelievable in this set. Team Queso, I don't know who's controlling the purse strings over there, but open them up, give this kid a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, that is an incredible 8-2 over his last 4 matches out. Hasn't lost a set since that first one against Javi that he had to play, that he lost 1-2. Ruben is just doing all things right for Queso, and guess what? Kuchi and Benny pick up that 2v2, and IMJP bounces back in King of the Hill. Team Queso in fighting form as we make this push towards playoffs.
And it's 2 back-to-back games where the numbers, I mean, there's not a huge sample size for either one of these, but the numbers do support Graveyard having the advantage, and you understand why they support that, because there's no really great spell for Ruben to use against the Graveyard. Has to kind of overspend defensively on troops, but put together really good pushes in the right opportunities, the right moments, and we saw that big one pay off early and back to the same concept later for Ruben.
Well, it was pretty incredible, right? That concept, as you said, it was just cycling that Royal Giant in the back to the right and then pouring all your elixir into the left. And then after that was done, that first phase, if you will, then it was go back to the Royal Giant on the right because it moves so slowly. You can now play that Fisherman. You can now play that Royal Ghost behind it because this deck cycles so quickly. So Benny-Hu, Kuchiku, IMJP, and Ruben, every single one of them putting their hat in to get that W for Team Queso today, and a big one to close out their doubleheader this weekend. 2 big Ws for the cheesy ones.
Yeah, that's huge. And you talk about those 2 big Ws, that moves their overall record to 5-1, puts them in pretty good control of that second place spot. And, you know, if they can continue like this, they are in control of their fate. And every single win now becomes ever more valuable because of that first round bye.
Yeah, and same with SK Gaming. You know, they have that win over Team Queso. We could have that locked in 1 and 2. Those buys getting into World Playoffs is massive. So both of these squads would really, really love to take that advantage. And right now, it doesn't really look like anyone's going to get in their way.
Well, the interesting thing for Team Queso is they still have the 2 teams closest behind them yet to go up against. They face, I think next week they face Pain, but then they have Tribe and Space Station, who are currently at 4-2 in 3rd and 4th place respectively. So a loss to either one of those teams does put that number 2 spot in jeopardy.
Yeah, and Tribe's struggling a little bit, you know, these days. They don't quite look as untouchable as they did last season, so maybe a moment there for Team Queso to extend their lead. And Space Station Gaming yesterday also, we saw really, really great things from that roster.
Yeah, Space Station may be on the upswing, so nothing for sure for Tribe Gaming yet. They still have a kind of a gauntlet to go through to try to secure that number 2 spot. Speaking of which, the team they beat yesterday coming out now, Dignitas against Pain, back here in 5. Welcome back from break, and we're heading into our second match of the day, and it's our second squad doing their double-header duty. Dignitas comes out after a rough showing against Team Queso yesterday, losing their shot at being in the top 2. In fact, now with a chance to maybe fall even further behind, with Tribe and Space Station Gaming currently ahead of them in the standings at this point. And they have what I think is, again, I said this earlier today, Andrew, the most difficult team in the bottom 4, the most dangerous team maybe in Pain Gaming.
Yeah, Pain Gaming getting their second win after the last match, only their official first win due to penalties. So Pain actually is not really struggling as much as it has seemed this season. That being said, they haven't had the greatest success in certain sets. They've found success in maybe 2v2 in one match, but then King of the Hill in the second. The one thing that is really interesting is kind of their head-to-head 1v1 star. It started off as Lucas, he did well, then he lost, and then it became Vitor last match, who played very, very well. I'm not really sure who's going to come out today, but this is a moment for Dignitas. For them, they have to win this match to still be considered a threat in playoffs. Even if they squeeze into the 6-5 spot, if they're losing to teams in the bottom 4 or 5 this late after losing to Team Queso in their doubleheader, it just spells a lot of trouble for them as they try to close out and get into playoffs.
Well, they opened the weekend, Andrew. They came in at 3-1. Now they're 3-2. They had a chance to go 5-1 like Queso. They could end up 3-3, which would put them within damaging range. A loss to Pain in particular would mean that Pain would have a chance to take them in that number 6 spot.
You know, and Lucas and Wallace, we saw some pretty good stuff out of in that last 2v2 set. So Dignitas is going to have to really keep it together, put it up there in that opening set. So let's go and take a look at our second match of the day, Dignitas versus, of course, Pain Gaming. Pain Gaming back in the win column, now facing off against a top-tier team in Dignitas. Have the rookies finally found their rhythm?
Second match of the weekend is against the rookie squad of Pain Gaming, who may finally have their mojo figured out, moving Lucas into the 2v2. This is a very close one to watch, especially for Pain.
Dignitas contra Pain. A Pain Gaming já conseguiu uma boa vitória na semana passada e com certeza vai uma classificação da CRL West.
Soy de agresivo diciendo las cosas de otros, lo tengo que decir.
Dignitas e Pain Game, talvez o jogo dos jogos mais importantes para Pain Game. A Pain vem de vitória, ganhou, até que enfim conseguiu a vitória. Precisa de mais uma para poder encostar nos caras que brigam por classificação.
So here we go, Dignitas and Pain Gaming. Dig 3-2, currently still in the winners column. A win today would put them in that 3-way tie right now for the 3rd, 4th, 5th place position. And the big question today is not only who comes out for them in head-to-head, going to be Bale most likely in 1v1, but how do Flash and Cody go match up against the shifting lineup of Pain Gaming, which we expect will be Lucas and Wallace one more time. That last man there, Lince, if he can get it going today, could be huge for Dig in the King of the Hill set.
And their opponents, Pain Gaming, as we mentioned, looking for their second win on the season officially. Lucas, Sweep, Vitor, and Wallace. Lucas and Wallace did a really good job in 2v2 against Razor and Surgical Goblin there, as you saw in that very quick recap video. And then Vitor was able to come out and 2-0 Canario after a very fortunate King of the Hill disconnection from same Canario earlier in that match. So it's a big day for Pain. You know, they beat Team Liquid. They're probably feeling really good about it. Really big names there on the roster. Now taking down a team ahead of them once again helps them feel like their playoff hopes are still alive. Helps them feel like their season is still going.
And I like the choice here from Pain Gaming to stick with the Lucas Wallace pairing. It seemed like they were just a little bit more powerful than the Wallace and Sweet pairing that we saw earlier. We'll see how they fare against the experienced duo of Flash and Cody go.
Yeah, and I like that too, because if Vitor can work himself into the 1v1, which is where we originally thought Lucas was going to live, if he can play 2v2 in King of the Hill, that's fine. Then you got to work on finding that head-to-head guy.
Giant skeletons in both directions. Bats not seen as much in 2v2 and seen less in the game overall after the slight nerf they took a couple months ago.
I was actually kind of surprised on that log. I just felt like of all of the responses they had in their entire deck, the log was I guess, for the tower damage, but it just didn't seem to really help deal with that Giant Skeleton Bats push.
Giant Skeletons now will meet on the right-hand side. Snowball to deal with the Musketeer on the left. Currently, Pain Gaming and Dignitas pretty much locked even.
And you see the late Skeletons drop there on the Fisherman, looking to catch that Giant Skeleton, so something we're going to have to be looking for moving forward. And there you see a very, very late Giant Skeleton comes down from Dignitas, and that should give them tower damage. And, oh, no, it does not. Just puts the cannon cart on the ground.
Half tile difference between a huge, huge blow on the right-hand side and, of course, almost no damage here. 90 seconds away in the opening few minutes, and that would have been a massive shot for Pain.
Yeah, taking the wheels off the cannon cart is something that you don't mind, but taking that Giant Skeleton bomb drop that early on is devastating. So very, very fortunate there for Flash and Codigo. And right now, a defensive freeze coming out. That spells nothing but trouble in my book, Rich.
Defensive freeze that gets nothing on the balloon. You know, if you defensive freeze and you get that balloon taken care of, fine. But look what happened in the end. You played a defensive freeze and had nothing to deal with the Loon, and now not only are you behind on damage, you're also way behind on Elixir.
And you've just cycled two of your best cards completely out only on defense. They get eaten up as they cross the river, and now you have to set up and go in the opposite lane. Trouble, trouble, trouble for Flash and Codigo.
Well, you just gave away also free spell cycle damage onto that right-hand side as well, so we'll see if they can recover from it, but that was a big, big blow delivered by Pain.
Yeah, fun battle of the Fishermen there at the river, but Dignitas actually ends up losing it, even though they have the better placement on that second Fisherman, because the Giant Skeleton turns back around and does not tank for their graveyard. So now sacking the tower.
Yeah, they have to go for a freeze here on the left-hand side and just hope they don't lose that right-hand tower. But 13 seconds left. Can Dignitas pull out enough? Plenty of Elixir on the side of Pain Gaming. Looks like it's going to be game number one for the squad of rookies.
Yeah, and Flash and Codigo just felt a little out of rhythm there, making some very interesting small mistakes. You know, you saw, opening up with that log I thought was just weird because it didn't actually push the Giant Skeleton far enough back and the bats far enough forward to clean him off, so it was just weird chip damage. And then it became a really late drop on the cannon cart, which looked like it was going to be a Giant Skeleton bomb on tower. And then finally it caught up with them with that defensive freeze with no DPS on the balloon.
And you saw a little bit of extra spell work on the right-hand bottom corner there at the end, some celebration spells, if you will. And look at this. You see there's no Elixir in the hand of Flash. So you get the freeze down, but nothing to actually come out. And maybe the Musketeer a little bit low here, and they were all not on the same page. No matter what, it means balloon massive connection. This was essentially tower dead on the right-hand side early.
Well, what's interesting about that, too, was Flash was down to 0. Codigo uses the defensive freeze, but Codigo is also the person who plays the E-Wiz, and he was the person that had enough Elixir to play that E-Wiz earlier on. So I don't know if he was worried about dropping all of his Elixir down to 0 when his teammate was already at 0, but if he would have played that E-Wiz up higher earlier, just maybe would have prevented that second balloon drop.
I think you're probably right. It probably would have slowed it down long enough for the Musketeer to get back in the game and keep that second balloon drop off the board. But that's a different universe where we didn't actually enter into, so string theory is the only way to answer that question. Instead, we're going to game number 2. And Andrew, this is why in our pre-match predictions today, I picked Pain Gaming in this one.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that Wallace and Lucas have the ever so slight, or had the potential to have a slight advantage in 2v2. And I think that means that overall Pain Gaming has the advantage in the match. I called it 60-40. It might be closer, but after that one, it might be a further gap.
Yeah, and now that I'm hearing your thought process and watching this first game, I am starting to feel a little bit of buyer's remorse. However, I do still have faith in Bale. He's been doing very, very well in the 1v1 set. He did just most recently get 2-0'd by Ruben, but before that he took down Adrian, Igor, and Pedro 15 all in a row. So I think right now Dignitas, that is kind of their moment of hope, their glimmering hope at the end of this match. They need to tighten things up in 2v2. There was some really weird stuff going on in there that I don't know if I'll hear about it later on Twitter or if I'll watch it later on YouTube to read the comments about it, but just some really weird choices by Flash and Codigo. Did it seem out of characteristic for you as well?
I don't know if I necessarily say it would seem out of character one way or the other. You know, they've always been a mid-tier 2v2 duo that's had some good moments and some bad moments. They've had a lot of good moments this season. This was one of those bad. I'm not entirely surprised by it. It's just a really rough spot for it to come up in.
Yeah, it just, I guess to maybe further my thought or elaborate is it felt like, we talk a lot about maybe duos that struggle a little bit more when they deal with high cycle decks, a lot of interactions on the board. It didn't feel like Código and Flash had anything kind of put to them. It just felt like they didn't defend the way you're supposed to. I mean, something as simple as dropping that E-Wiz down when you have the elixir to slow the balloon just feels elementary.
Well, it might have been a cycle issue on that side too, right? Because he did have both the E-Wiz and the freeze spell in hand. Maybe the E-Wiz was in the hole at that point, and he had to play freeze in that order to get the Electro Wizard out, and then froze a bit during the freeze. He didn't want to, as you said, go to 0 when his teammate was also at 0.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's it. He was maybe being just a little apprehensive, a little cautious there. So in game number 2, let's see if Código and Flash can turn up the heat a little bit on Pain Gaming.
Here we go. Pain Gaming with set point. Wallace and Lucas certainly having some good showing so far in the limited run that we've seen from this young duo.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you wonder if they came out this in day 1, where would their record be?
Gotta wonder if that snowball was entirely necessary with the Baby Dragon and Giant Skeleton down on the left-hand side out of Flash and Código.
So these guys, once again, going to be a lot of battles at the bridge, and that Fisherman working against them. Going to be tanking for that Goblin Barrel. Log comes out, though, no worries.
I love this deck choice from Wallace and Lucas here in game number 2. You know, going with a deck like this one when maybe you don't have as many reps under your belt as a duo is a risky move. But after seeing Código and Flash maybe not being on the same page, maybe being out of sorts last game, I like going with a deck that forces them to make choices.
Yeah, I do too. And, you can see right now that deck decision still has a lot of great responses to Graveyard. I mean, Dark Goblin in and of itself is a phenomenal response, but of course they also have that poison. So if I'm Wallace and Lucas, I feel good right now. The only thing they need to do is just sit back. Obviously, you want to get good damage in single, but you also don't want to overspend and catch yourself out of cycle. So exactly, just get those barrels of flying, see what mistakes your opponents are going to make, and then really start to turn up the heat when you recognize a spell is out of cycle and they're low in elixir.
Final 20 seconds of single elixir on its way. Flash and Código behind on damage and elixir at the moment. Giant Skeleton meets the Fisherman high on Pain's side of the board.
And yeah, I was going to say, we're going to see a high Fisherman here out of Wallace and Lucas to try to get it across the board. That way it keeps alive the Giant Skeleton of Pain.
Hunter does walk out of range of that Death Bomb.
And you saw what they were going for with that log, trying to push that Musketeer to the other lane. Worked out fine, but unfortunately for them, the Giant Skeleton Hunter push that they had put together, Pain had put together, was already done.
Snowball seems like it might have been a bit extra there on that right-hand side, but still getting more spell value early is Pain Gaming, 1908, extending the lead, and so far, aside from that one Graveyard, there's been little to no offense out of Dig.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the really tough thing here, right? You get further into the game, you want to really be able to support those Graveyards with a big tank up front and hopefully a spell on the back end, but when you're going against double bait and you don't have a ton of spells that immediately clear off, and there you go, a double drop.
Oh, boy.
That double drop is going to be the beginning of a big push coming in here by Pain, so they're going to defend well here on the left-hand side and exactly sell out on the right.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. See both the Snowball and Log come out. Flash and Código not on the same page right now, and Pain Gaming making them pay for it and pouring it on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and the call that you said at the very top of this game was really true. This is an archetype in 2v2 that can really do you wrong if you're a newer duo, but if you recognize your opponents seem out of communication, out of sorts, even just a little bit, this is a great deck to punish with.
Inferno Tower getting burned on one now does turn over to the Giant Skeleton, so that Giant Skeleton won't do a whole lot here for Pain Gaming on the back end. 9-12 on the right-hand side here.
Pain making this look easy right now. 7:14 remaining, and that's getting really close to spell cycle range. They're just going to keep dropping those skelly barrels, gob barrels, and just cycle out what they can with snowballs, logs. And we see here, we got Skeleton Dragons on top of the barrel here. Fireball comes in to clean them up off the board, and right behind that is the Goblin Barrel. So still able to defend and turn it into a counter push is Dignitas, Código, and Flash. They will not go quietly into the night. And now you see that giant skeleton gonna get pulled to King Tower with that Fisherman.
Huge freeze on the right-hand side, Andrew. Graveyard starting to stack and stack and stack. Código and Flash know they have to go on this right-hand side and pressure as much as they possibly can. Baby Dragon with some big belches on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Baby Dragon getting tanked for by those skellies piling up. There you go, first log in. Now you're gonna need a snowball. Snowball comes late, great late snowball. That actually might give them just enough room to create another graveyard.
Freeze in, but no graveyard down, trying to maybe get the Baby Dragon on. Flash and Código just not on the same page for 2 games in a row. Wallace and Lucas punish them, turn the pain up to the 10th degree, and get the 2-0 sweep.
And look at that, starting off their career together in 2v2 at 4-1. Now, yes, the teams they haven't beat, or that they've beaten haven't been the best or premier 2v2 duos, but they still took down Flash and Código, Razor, and Surgical Goblin. So for Wallace and Lucas and Pain Gaming, most importantly, this is a really, really bright spot for them, finally maybe feeling like they have a grasp on this opening set.
Yeah, really, really big news for them. Really, really big indeed, because this was a place where you felt like maybe Pain Gaming would struggle throughout the season. They have, but now on a nice back-to-back 2-set win. And this really frees things up a lot in the head-to-head play, Andrew. You know, this is a team that I said I thought would win more King of the Hills than they would lose. If they start winning more 2v2s than they lose, that's a great way to fight your spot, fight for that number 6 spot.
Yeah, and what a turn, you know, starting off your 2v2 record in sets at 1 and 3 and to turn it back around is really, really impressive for Pain. And, you know, this push is kind of one of the reasons why. You talk about them, you know, layering things correctly, getting that freeze in very, very late, dealing with stuff at the river while the Baby Dragon's already across helping out with the skeletons. And then it was this point that double barrel comes in. We knew that there was going to be the log and the snowball on top, but there's just too much spell power that was going to come out from Wallace and Lucas as well.
Yeah, it really felt like this should have been a much closer game that in the long run wasn't even close. And a lot of it comes back to a double drop early on. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Wallace and Lucas playing like veterans here in 2v2.
Yeah, and that was the thing. We talked about waiting for your opponents to make that very first mistake, and Wallace and Lucas did a really good job of not ever getting over-aggressive. They knew they were playing the lighter, faster deck. They didn't worry about the damage in single elixir. They were just waiting for the first mistake. And it came late, but it was literally just a 2-elixir mistake, right? Log plus snowball on 1 barrel. But that opened the floodgates, or Pandora's box, if you will, that spelt defeat for Dignitas.
So you have to imagine that Lindsay and Bale will both be in the King of the Hill set, with Lindsay performing pretty well this last run. My guess here is Código comes out as well. He's been in all the King of the Hills at this point. What do you think on the other side for Pain Gaming? Do we see sweep, or with the way Wallace and Lucas just looked, does sweep take a seat again this week?
I think you bench sweep again. I really do. It worked last match. They win last match, you know. I think Vitor has earned his spot in head-to-head. I think he's going to be the head-to-head guy, the 1v1 guy. You give him that spot in King of the Hill, and then otherwise, I think you do go Lucas and Wallace. It just seems like that's the 3 best at the moment. Sweep was brought in as what felt like a 2v2 specialist, and it just wasn't working for them. So no, don't try to put a square peg in a round hole. If he's just not where you need him right now, just let him sit for a bit and let your other guys do the work.
Dignitas, this is such a strange swing for them from being sort of a Cinderella story on the season, has never performed well as an organization here in CRL, and starting off really hot, came into the weekend 3-1, and now they are 1 set away from falling to an even 3-3 and being one of the teams that's within shooting range of those squads trying to break out of the bottom 4.
You know, well, what's really important to note about our longer season is that when you only have 4 matches, you can have really great luck in 4 matches to end up your season 3-1 and make it right on through to playoffs. You talk about a longer season, it's the same thing with basketball, baseball, any sport that has a really long season with a lot of games. A team can look really great for a couple months even, but that's the whole point of playing 80 games or 10 matches, to really see if your team has what it takes over the course of the entire season. And right now, it feels like the wheels are starting to fall off for Dignitas.
So we'll get our King of the Hill lineups here in just a moment and see if we did have it right on the Dig side. You know, a big part of the question that we don't know is, and it's going to be interesting, Lindsay getting the bench here, both 2v2 guys coming out for Dig. I thought that maybe one of them would get benched, not knowing which one was the one making the primary mistakes in those 2v2 games.
And Wallace getting the bench here for Pain Gaming. Wallace in his last 2 King of the Hill appearances was beaten by Igor and Michifu, but before that he did take down Morton, whereas Sweep has not won a head-to-head game yet. So very interesting to see him out instead.
Poison in response to the Magic Archer of Flash, who has had some good head-to-head performances in his career. Lifetime win rate in King of the Hill, 13-11, with 1 sweep coming last season. Royal Hogs Magic Archer for the Dig player.
Royal Hogs Magic Archer running right into that Barb Hut, so can imagine that as this game moves forward, that Magic Archer will be used against it.
Flash went into the second half of our spring split as the win leader at 7 wins, and then struggled on the back end with Dignitas in our spring split as well. And it seems like the story might be the same, looking the same for Dig here in the fall.
Yeah, and that was just a really poorly placed Ice Golem, and right now Flash is going to have to pay for it in Elixir. Just placed way too low on top of the Hunter. That's all there is to it.
Mini Pekka going to put some pressure in on the left-hand side. Battle Healer comes out in response. Don't see a ton of Mini Pekka these days. Still very strong, but the meta has shifted a bit more splashy.
And those Hogs just going to hang out on that Barb Hut. Just sitting back right now, these two.
Pain Gaming may be playing with a bit of a chip on their shoulder this week after, I think, everyone picking against them last week out. And then, of course, they got the big-time win.
Yeah, a lot of people did not have Liquid losing that. And, again, all started to go downhill for them when Canario disconnected in King of the Hill. And then from there on out, it was all Dignitas all day. Or, excuse me, all Pain all day.
It's interesting that Flash is going with a Royal Hogs deck that's essentially from 2 metas ago.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of Royal Hog decks that are popular right now, but this Mini Pekka version, this is a little bit out of date. I'm very curious about this choice from Flash.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for him, looking at what he's matching up against, that Mini Pekka is going to do a great job against the Barbs from the Barrel or the Hut. It's going to one-shot the E-Wiz, and it's really going to help deal with that annoying Battle Healer. And this is what I was talking about earlier, is you're going to start to see this Magic Archer meet that Barbarian Hut, and then you got to support the Magic Archer with the Heal Spirit, because you know a unit's always going to come down on top of it. So if you get that Heal Spirit down quickly enough, you can keep the Magic Archer alive, and we all know what happens when your opponent's Magic Archer stays alive for too long.
It looks like both players here might have watched Ruben the other day with the Magic Archer play, keeping the, or no, it was Javi with that Magic Archer play, keeping the Magic Archer on the board forever because Flash protecting like crazy. Vitor making sure to get poison on that Magic Archer and not get caught flat-footed, leaving the white-haired fella on the board too long.
I mean, you have to go after him. The moment those start to stack on the board, you are in so much trouble if you don't have a way to get directly to them, because even then, if there's 2 on the board and you end up fireballing the 2 of them off, that just means your opponent has created space somewhere else on the map.
Graveyard into the left-hand side. Magic Archer pointed towards the Battle Healer and not towards the Graveyard. So this will be a nice little chunk of damage for the Portuguese player. And with this poison, he should take the lead in the left-hand lane.
Yeah, it would have been way better for Flash to drop that Magic Archer in the back and then play the Ice Golem up front. Ice Golem would have tanked for that Battle Healer, and Magic Archer would have dealt with all those skeletons, and then he could have put the Hunter on top of the Battle Healer to finish it off. So just some weird, odd decisions by Flash.
Triple Elixir on its way right now, and this is where Graveyard starts to sing. Mini Pekka behind the Ice Golem. Poison, hoping that Magic Archer stays inside of it, is Vitor, and it does. A second Mini Pekka down on the right-hand side for Dig.
Yeah, and unless Flash starts to commit more Elixir to getting those Barb Huts off the board, he's just going to lose this game by getting spell cycled out. This is going to happen every single time that it's back in the hands of Vitor. He's going to Graveyard and then poison on top of the units that are easily poisonable.
And that Heal Spirit doesn't help anything. Didn't help the Magic Archer, didn't help the Hunter. So the Heal Spirit, which can be so valuable against those poisons, coming out with a complete bagel in that one. But a lot of pressure now coming down in the opposite direction. Fireball trying to open things up a little bit, but Vitor does seem to be firmly in control with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, that Fireball means that there's nothing able to tank in front of that Magic Archer and nothing to support those Royal Hogs on the other side. So you see Vitor now knows that this is going to be game over. He's going to pick up that first win. Flash frustrated, I'm sure.
Yeah, easy dubs. And again, I mean, look, the mini P.E.K.K.A had its moments, I guess, but, you know, you feel like going with this outdated version of Royal Hogs, maybe not the greatest choice in the current kind of clogged up lane meta that we have right now.
Well, and look, here's the thing. If you're going to run this deck, you should be really dang good with this deck. And some of the interactions and the defensive choices that Flash made, it let us know that this really wasn't his, like, this is not a comfort deck for him. This is maybe just a deck that he's had some success with.
So you see trying to get the Magic Archer to take care of the Barb Hut as much as possible, but the protection didn't work as well. And again, Vitor maybe watching Javi and saying, I'm not going to let anybody do that to me. And this was just pretty easily controlled the entire way through for Vitor, who's been very good for a long time. He's been good, and this is the thing about Pain all around. All these players have been good for a long time out of CRL, and people are just starting to finally catch up, especially to a guy like Vitor.
Yeah, and it was just really interesting from Flash there. It was tough because he needed to spend so much elixir to get that Barbarian Hut off the board, and if that elixir came from a Fireball, he was going to need it later on, or if it came from a high Magic Archer, he got in this really tough battle at the river between him and Vitor of keeping that Magic Archer on or off the board. So all that elixir always being spent on those battles made it impossible for him to support the Royal Hogs in the other lane, and then that Barb Hut would just keep coming down. So great job by Vitor. I think that it could have been played a little bit better by Flash, but I don't know if it was winnable for him.
Yeah, and I do question putting Flash out there as opposed to Lince. I think their best three in head-to-head are Lince, Código, and Bale. I don't know what was happening in practice on their end, but I'm kind of surprised not to see Lince in the mix in this King of the Hill.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the last time out we saw Lince, he took down Diego B and Kevin R.A. And if you want to talk about taking down a big name, we saw what Diego B could do earlier today for Chivas Esports. I'm a little bit surprised as well. I do think Lince is the better guy to put out, especially after that rough 2v2 set. But here we go, 2v2-1. Here's 2v2-2 in Código going up against Vitor in Game 2 of King of the Hill.
Both these guys were leaders for sort of underdog squads in the No-Tilt Worlds earlier this year. Código, of course, for Colombia, carrying his squad deep into that tournament all the way to a top 4 finish, a semifinals finish for Colombia. Vitor on the other side for Portugal. Portugal was very, very good in the No-Tilt Worlds. My underdog pick, and they made it all the way to the top 8 in that competition, and that was a really good squad, really good roster overall for Portugal, led by the guy you see right there.
Yeah, and right now that same gentleman looks like he could be caught in a mirror matchup.
You know, there was some rumors that Lucas GSM might be getting mixed into some competition as well this CRL season. Didn't quite pan out in the end, but a different Lucas, of course, did end up on Pain Game.
They were just really set on having a Lucas this season. And that Ram Rider
near that Barb Hut, yeah.
No, just getting pushed around by the Barbs. You talk about Benedict Arnold and the Fisherman, the Barbarians and the Knight working against Código right now.
Baby Dragon just making a house on the right-hand side for Código, though.
Yeah, evens things up and actually ends up giving him the lead, just completely ignored by Vitor. So six-man Barb Hut, Ram Rider, Dark Goblin from Vitor. Código most likely just going with Graveyard.
It certainly feels like it. Código has moved up on the list of career Grand Challenge wins, currently number 3 on total 12-win Grand Challenges at 461, just behind Wings and, of course, the forever leader, B-Rad.
That's only 461 more than I have, Rich.
Well, you know what's crazy is it wasn't that long ago. I think it was last season. He was at 435, so still grinding grand challenges is Código.
And right now, Vitor is going to give Código a run for his money. Everything on the board possible for Vitor, and that Ram Rider is just cruising on through to the tower. She will not get the charge in because of that late E-Wiz drop. Nice E-Wiz there. I'm actually shocked Código managed this as well as he did.
Yeah, able to hold on, and this poison high will help with a lot of that support, but what does he have to do anything about that Ram Rider? The pressure on from Vitor, really good recognition of an opportunity by the Portuguese player.
Yeah, and Código's very lucky that Dark Goblin got taken off the board as well. So right now he's going to just suffer one more barb swing. No, he's not, because the E-Wiz is going to come down.
First 3 minutes away, we are in sudden death overtime, and between the Barb Hut, the Dark Goblin, and the Royal Recruits, oh yes, Skeleton Dragon's Heal Spirit, where the heck does Código put a graveyard on tower?
I know, I'm just like, where does he even break through ever? And where does he get poison value? Where does he actually play an efficient defense that puts him up in Elixir when it's over? I don't know the answer to any of these questions.
It appears that Código doesn't either. This is a rough situation for Colombia's captain.
Yeah, and then that Vitor doing a great job of resetting the 6-man every single time, so it just creates this impossible wall to break through that he can support every single time that he drops those 6-man. He's able to do this exact same support. He's going to split his Skeleton Dragons, and then if he wants, he can put down a Ram Rider, or he just gets to reset again.
That poison worked out fairly well for Código, and now he does have a bit of an opportunity here. And you see him setting up the Mega Minion low on the left-hand side. He's going to go Graveyard on the left and see if he can't steal this one.
Yeah, Graveyard in, Bar Barrel up high, Dark Goblin behind with the Royal Recruits on the tower. A great poison from Código, but will it be enough with all that defense there?
And this is a good pressure Royal Recruits. 4 to the right, 6 to the 2 to the left. This is the weak side for Código. Bar Barrel has to come out, and that Ram Rider will probably escape and get a little more damage on tower.
Yeah, that's just too much to deal with. Código's getting completely overrun. That Dark Goblin was beautiful in taking off the Barb Hut.
It was the own recruit stopping the Ram Rider, but a little bit too late. Second Ram Rider comes down, forces out the lay Barb Hut, and Vitor gonna go a clean 2-0 to kick off King of the Hill. Right now, Pain 1 game away from a 5-0 sweep.
Yeah, really felt like that Dignitas choice at the beginning in predictions was not the way to go. Pain Gaming really hitting their stride, and Vitor just in the driver's seat 2 games in a row, completely dominating Flash and Código. And again, why are we not seeing Lince out there? Why is this not a Lince Bale plus King of the Hill lineup?
Yeah, not entirely sure, and it's a question that only Dig can answer, of course. We'll see what sort of questions our Spanish co-casters and Koji and Manu put to them in their if they do end up getting Drexen on any of their post-game shows. Might get an answer there on that one. Instead, right now it's Vitor in the lead, and great deck selection here. You know, Andrew, you and I have been critical of the coaching of Pain Gaming this season, and rightfully so in both of our opinion, with the mistakes made early on that may end up costing them what this could have been, by the way, the game. A match win today over Dig might actually have been the match that would have pushed them into the top 6 with the head-to-head matchup over Dig. But you talk about the coaching, great deck selection, and great moves in terms of personnel by Pain Gaming in these last 2 matches.
Yeah, exactly. Give credit where credit's due. We've definitely been hard on them throughout the season because of the mistakes that they've made as an organization. But look, today they looked fantastic. And I really appreciate pointing out the personnel switch because it worked out. Whereas you talk about the personnel on the other side of it, it doesn't make any sense. Whereas the one from Pain Gaming makes complete sense. If Vitor's playing better, if Lucas and Wallace are playing better in 2v2, then just change things up. Be okay with switching lanes, if you will.
And this was just the pressure, just consistent, relentless pressure, and Código really didn't have any answer for the Ram Rider. He was forced to play the Barb Hut to try to slow down and contend with the Royal Recruits over and over again, and the Ram Rider would just go, cool, you Barb Hut that way, then I will go with the Ram Rider this way, and good luck stopping her.
Yeah, and the thing with that too was for Vitor, it was almost like setting up his opponent to fail every single time, because when he would come in with those big split pushes, he knew the Barb Hut was going to have to come down, so he'd play that high Dark Goblin and just give himself a massive positive elixir change. So here we go. Bale, last man up. Definitely their head-to-head star, but a lot ahead of him with Vitor, Sweep, and Lucas for Pain Gaming.
Bale's one of those guys people talked about a lot as being a good pick for Fantasy Royale this week because they are playing double duty and the work he's done so far. But, you know, this situation is exactly why I didn't put Bale on my roster this week. If he went to the 1v1, which he did, he was going to face Ruben and lose, which is what happened. And now he's here up against a Pain Gaming roster that's firing on all cylinders. Look, if Bale can reverse sweep this and then win the 1v1, I will eat my hat on that one. But right now it's looking dire for Dignitas.
Yeah, and I think all the points that you make there are really, really sound about Bale and about what's kind of happened so far. I mean, right now he's getting a great first push in, but this is only one game of King of the Hill, and I think exactly what you said is correct about him running into Ruben yesterday and just knowing where that was really going to fall.
Barbarrel does pick up the Baby Dragon, so we'll stop that damage from coming in. Bale does have a pretty significant lead right now, with 1706 on the right-hand tower and only 2216 remaining on his left-hand side.
Yeah, nice 800 damage first swing there. So now Vitor going to support that push on the right-hand side, and Bale going to go with the Baby Dragon cycle to the left.
And same defensive move you just saw Bale do on his side. Vitor copies that one fairly easily. Ends up giving up the Baby Dragon Belch, though.
Yeah, so when you look at these two decks already, you see the massive differences. You know, you got the healing ability from the Battle Healer, but then the higher single target DPS from Vitor, and then from Bale, it does feel like he has the ability to cycle back around a little bit more quickly, and he has a little bit more defensive control, but he doesn't have a lot of DPS.
Well, the big question is going to be these bridge battles, Andrew, and does that Battle Healer do enough to overcome the heal spirit and winning these bridge battles right now? This is a ton crossing the river for Vitor.
I mean, I think that's 100% what's going to happen regularly with these bridge battles is because of that single target DPS, because of the healing, because of the stun. It feels like Vitor's going to win every bridge battle. So that's why Bale needs to get really creative in figuring out a way to get actually on offense now that he is in a situation where it wasn't just the first graveyard that come out and his opponent didn't have poison in cycle.
And an extra belch that Vitor really couldn't afford there. Graveyard pressure on the left-hand side from Bale.
Yeah, and I love that lane switch by Bale. Just a little bit too much spent by Vitor. He could feel it. He's got that, you know, that CR intuition. He goes just a really cheap push on the left-hand side, take a massive blow.
Double Battle Healers is really nasty, but they separate. Can they get back together for Vitor? Double Battle Heroes can be so devastating when they start working in tandem. One does go down, and that little bit of separation there, Andrew, makes that push not quite achieve what Vitor was really hoping for.
Yeah, and those archers coming down in the back end were huge on keeping the skeletons at bay, and then, of course, finishing off that double Battle Healer push that came in. Really, really nice job there by Bale.
Final 90 seconds, and the Dig player firmly in control here, trying to prevent the clean 5-0 sweep on the part of the rookie squad, Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and if I'm Bale, exactly. Set up in the back, maybe set the line high with something like a Baby Dragon just to help keep these units off the board. There it is, Baby Dragon, because she's not going to cross the river. And now he can support this if he wants, because all of these units have to sit right in that poison range if he wants to drop it, which I don't know if he will because he's so far in the lead. But look at how much units are clogged up around Vitor's tower.
And now the poison comes in late out of Vitor, or out of Bale. And a second Battle Healer down in front of the first Battle Healer. Barbarrel does come out to wipe out one.
That felt like throwing a strike in bowling. That Barbarrel came in and cleaned everything off the board, but the front Battle Healer, no problem for Bale to deal with that. And now back in control is Bale, and you see this push coming on the right-hand side. This is a desperation push that he can't support correctly.
Lane switch in. Baby Dragon is tanking, but poison on defense in response. Going to be a lot on the left-hand side. Don't know if Vitor has much to defend against it. Bale looking like he's going to extend the life of Dignitas, barring a huge error here in the final 15.
Yeah, so now I'm surprised he actually goes to the left with that Knight. He should have maybe set the bar or set the line high on the right-hand side, knowing that Graveyard was going to come in. He has to drop archers right into the poison, but enough damage was done early by Bale.
Yeah, and that early damage is everything, Andrew, because look at the tower situation as we get here to the end. That early damage made it so that Vitor had to try to go for things he didn't want to, overcommit, ended up letting Bale have an easy job lane switching. Huge here for Bale to get game number 1, or game number 3 away from Vitor.
Yeah, but his game number 1 of 3, still a lot ahead of him. Sweep, I believe, is going to be up next, and very, very surprising to see that, in my opinion. I don't know exactly why that is, but maybe it's just because they didn't want to keep him benched for too long, get him rusty. So they're going to get him back out here, I believe, as the second man up for Pain.
Well, Sweet played a lot of 2v2 in his semi-pro career, but had some amazing head-to-head performances. So I'm excited to see Sweet come in here. We'll see if he can stop the run of Bale and close this thing out for Pain Gaming. And you take a look at this one, Andrew, it just felt like once the rhythm swung towards Bale, Vitor wasn't able to get back in the game.
Yeah, and a lot of it was the patience that Bale displayed. And, we're finishing the end of that first replay here, but in the beginning of that first replay, it was that moment where he waited for all the units to truly pile up for Vitor to then drop the poison. Then, because of that poison coming in so late and those units sitting there for so long, he was able to drop in that beautiful Barbarian Barrel at the bridge that cleaned up everything except for that Battle Healer. If he drops that poison any earlier, those Battle Healers heal themselves back up. It's just a really, really nice choice there that ends up giving him a massive, massive win.
A big win, and now 1 out of the way. Bale needs to win 5 on the day to clutch things up for Dig, and if he does, it would be the biggest performance of his career. Yes, Pain is a rookie squad overall, but this is a watershed moment. They can either fall to 3-3 or hold on to that top 6, those like 2, 3, 4 spots with a 4-2 and keep themselves in the running for that first round bye, and it's all on Bale right now.
Yeah, it is crazy to think about that 2-match swing from being at 5-1 or 3-3, and those are the 2 options basically that it seems that Dignitas has been presented with. So Pain and Dig and Pain. Vitor now takes a seat. Bale back up. Sweep looking to show everyone out there that he belongs in head-to-head play.
Well, Sweep was really good in head-to-head in the No-Tilt League back in the spring. 15-5 overall, 75% win rate in all of his head-to-head play. The kid can do it. He's one of the top young guys out of Canada. He's shown a lot that he deserves a shot here, and I expect him to perform well here against Bale.
Yeah, and this is a really good place for him to do it against. It's obviously not running into Ruben in the 1v1 set. Bale's been playing really well, so it shows that you can take down someone who's put up good numbers against other pros. And also, again, like I said, gotta earn that spot in the lineup.
Always so calm is Sweep, and you see him on cams. Really chilled out. And the rarely seen Mama Pekka.
Yeah. Been a while.
I mean, we did a whole video back, I think it was in the spring of 2019 about, I think it was the Dynamic Duos series. It was the Fisherman and the Pekka. Bring stuff right in and get it chopped right on down, but that makes things a lot harder when you're dealing with the Royal Recruits.
Yeah, the Royal Recruit's going to make this really, really tough, and it looks like this may be a version of Loons, so that Hunter is really going to help, but now that the Hunter and the Ewas are both out of cycle, you see Sweep maybe going, oh, what am I going to do? Well, Ram Rider, not bad.
Yeah, Ram Rider can certainly hold that Balloon for a while, and Balloon will die before touching tower at all. King Tower activation incoming for Bale, just by a hair.
Yeah, really nice interactions on both sides of the board. Obviously, Bale ahead by about 400, but that worked out pretty well for both these guys.
1602 on the left-hand side. Fisherman does not get pulled all the way, so adds a few more hits to that left-hand tower. Advantage Bale as we go in the double.
6-man high. Maybe trying to go aggro here. There it is. Lumber Loon, maybe right-hand side? Nope, just the Lumberjack.
That's a good bar barrel out of Sweep to pick that up. Could have been a decent amount of damage there, but the Hunter bar barrel combination shuts things down.
Now Bale needs to figure out a way to get through to this Magic Archer. And you see that Fisherman. That's exactly why the Fisherman's there from Sweep. Nice play.
Very, very nice play. Fisherman inside, Ewiz outside. and Magic Archer still on the board right now.
And a good job by Sweep by not selling out on this push, resetting now, getting another Magic Archer on the board, using his Elixir advantage to get that P.E.K.K.A on the board, and now is the moment where we can see Sweep truly go on offense.
Yeah, he has to sacrifice some damage on the right-hand side. Makes absolute sense. Bale's been playing a very, very good game right now, but with this Mama P.E.K.K.A about to get pulled, the Fisherman gets lightninged off. That's going to be a big connection on the left-hand tower.
That is a huge lightning out of Sweep. He holds it as his 8th and final card, and boy, does it pay off.
Lumberjack in. Fisherman does not go to the Lumberjack. That's going to be a lot of damage on the left-hand side. 2 big-time shots here, 10:42 remaining. Bale not doubling down. P.E.K.K.A now gets in the mix.
Yeah, frustrating interactions there for Sweep, but you see now he's got a very healthy Fisherman behind his P.E.K.K.A, 100% Magic Archer, and of course the Ram Rider going to come down at the very end. There's no way to actually get to the Ram Rider right now.
Yeah, that lightning was 100% coming with the Musketeer, the Inferno Dragon, and of course the tower. Fisherman goes in and gets the win. Sweet blows a kiss. Played a great game, and the Mama P.E.K.K.A ends up working for him. Viva Canada.
Yeah, what an interesting season for Pain Gaming. A squad that should be 3-3 now is going to move to 2-3 with a forfeited victory. Really frustrating for them because they're actually doing really, really well. And today, I thought we saw some great stuff. Lucas and Wallace have seemed to figure it out in the 2v2. Vitor has found his stride in head-to-head play. And look, Sweep's played a great game.
Yeah, Sweep played a great game. And you know, the P.E.K.K.A seemed like an interesting choice in that moment because of the recruits, but this is the play right here. This is the whole exchange where could not get to the Magic Archer for Bale.
Yep.
Great protection. And this really didn't do a lot other than set up the next play.
Yeah, you look at how much Elixir is on the board. You look at what Sweep's doing here. He goes, all right, Magic Archer, Mama P.E.K.K.A. I got to drop the Bar Barrel just to help a little bit with the damage on the right-hand side. And now you know what's going to happen. It's going to be Ram Rider behind, Fisherman maybe, no Fisherman. How about a Lightning instead? There it is, the first time we've seen it this game. And then it became all about those pushes. It was just Magic Archer, P.E.K.K.A up front, Fisherman sometimes, Lightning at the back end.
So not having this 3 wins because of the vacated, certainly going to be painful a bit for Pain right now. Although, when you look at things right now, it is Dignitas who has the win over Cream. It's now Pain that has the win over Dig, and Cream that has the win over Pain, I believe is the way that circle goes. So that's going to be a 3-way tie at the moment. So not only do you have the vacated win, if they'd had the win, but on top of that, you have the set penalty, the game penalty. Man, this is a situation where they'd love to have that win back, but I still feel pretty good about their chances of making into that bottom, that number 5, number 6 spot for Pain.
I mean, I'm looking over here at the numbers, and if they were to have not vacated that win, they would be in 6th place. They would just be there. But instead, right now, they're in 7th, right behind 2 other squads that are also at what should be 3-3, but Pain Gaming 2-3, right behind now CRB and Dig at 3-3. They are so very close. And honestly, you know, we talk a lot about must-win games. I guess we just missed the opportunity that was a must-win match for Pain, because now they are truly in the playoff hunt. They are 100% firmly in it to either take that 5 or 6 spot.
They're in the playoff hunt, Andrew, but they still have Queso and Tribe remaining. So a very difficult playoff hunt for those guys in this one. But right now it's all about celebrating today. And the shift to put Lucas into the 2v2 has certainly paid off. The move to put Vitor in 1v1 has paid off. And Sweep with a great performance today, paying off on what he did in the No-Tilt League here in CRL.
All right, so last match of the day. Misfits looking for their first win. SK Gaming looking to stay perfect and on top at that number 1 spot.
And we are back with our final match of the day, the undefeated SK Gaming against the winless Misfits in what on paper is a pretty big mismatch. Maybe a surprisingly this big of mismatch. A lot of people, Andrew, were putting SK Gaming more in the middle of the pack in their preseason predictions and putting Misfits also more in the middle of the pack. And it's as it's turned out, they are on the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Well, it's just crazy to think that Misfits played so well in the last season that they had a first-round bye going into playoffs. I mean, they were our number 2 team. They ended up facing off against Space Station Gaming, and Space Station took it for the championship there in the West. So much has changed in such little time for poor Misfits Gaming and the Bad Bunnies.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to a major shakeup. They lost half their team.
Yep.
Razor went to a new place. Dip moved into an analyst role, and they brought in 2 rookies who, part of me wonders, and this is an issue with Misfits. Bob the Rock and Shorezen are both very passive players. I was talking with Belican a bit, who is Bob's former 2v2 teammate. Bob's a passive player. Belly was the shot caller there. Shorezen's a passive player. They didn't really have a shot caller for 2v2. I'm wondering if they pulled the parachute on Bob and Shorezen in 2v2 maybe a little bit too early and didn't let one of them develop into being the leader of that duo.
Yeah, and and definitely one of the things that was kind of rumbling online was maybe Dippets had so much more to offer in that 2v2 set than he was ever given credit for because of how much he knows about the game, because of how good he is at analysis. Maybe, just maybe, having that voice and sound of reason in the 2v2 set was some of the success they had in the prior season.
Well, we'll see if Misfits can get in the winner's circle against the current undefeated 12 games in a row, SK Gaming.
A SK vai atropelar. Se tem atropelo no Clash Royale, esse atropelo pode vir dessa partida. Fica ligado porque vai ser jogão.
SK Gaming contra Misfits, o top 1 contra o último lugar na tabela. Acredito que vai ser atropelo, vai dar SK Gaming.
Porque me lo pidió Goshi.
This last one feels like you're watching a dinosaur go up against a goat in Jurassic Park. SK Gaming undefeated. Misfits winless. Let's just hope it ends quickly.
Who will take home the W? Will Misfits finally find victory against the best team in the league?
So you see 2 very, very different stories. Celebration on one side, devastation on the other. And SK Gaming, Andrew, I mean, they did it in the fall. They were untouchable in the fall for CRL West last season. They look just as good this time around.
They are incredibly consistent. They've lost 2 sets. Count it, 2 sets this entire season. Javi Catorce, Morton, Sergio Ramos, and OP Sam. Morton and Sam have really been bringing the heat in those first 2 sets. Javi has been perfect, even though he's only had to go to that 1v1 set twice. Sergio Ramos, haven't seen a lot of him this season. He's come out in King of the Hill 3 times. He's picked up 1 win. Totally cool for SK.
On the other side of it, Misfits, and you saw some of the frustration there at the end. Shorezen balancing both school and CRL together has been difficult for him. He and Bob haven't been the 2v2 duo after those first 2 weeks. A lot of pressure put on the shoulders of Wings and Air Surfer. And Andrew, we talked about leadership. All 4 of these guys are quiet, soft-spoken, not really one guy out there you see maybe taking control of the team.
Yeah, and that's a thing that doesn't work out for most 2v2 duos. There's a few of them out there. Sam and Morton's a great example of a 2v2 duo that it just kind of is an exception. They don't really do anything like anyone else, but you need a shot caller, it feels like. So Wings and Air Surfer, Morton and Sam, Tornado Band on both sides of the board, and no surprise here. We see Morton and Sam immediately going with Skeleton Barrels and Mortar. Okay, so something still fast, quick, a little bit baity, just not double barrel.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with fast stuff this entire way around. They love it, and I think they also feel like just putting the pressure on Wings and Air Surfer and forcing a team that maybe doesn't communicate as much to make communication errors is the right way to go.
Yeah, well, Rich, you can't really make communication errors when you're not speaking to one another, and when you're also not speaking to one another like Sam and Morton, it also kills that lag time between moments of communication. So these fast decks, these high cycle, quick pace decks are perfectly suited for SK Gaming in 2v2.
Well, who needs to speak when you have some sort of telepathy? I mean, I don't know what's going on with Sam and Morton, but these guys, most teams we talk about the importance for having a leader, having communication. Sam and Morton, they know each other's play so well. They're so on the same page that you'll see that they'll barely talk.
And what's so cool about that is, when I was sitting down interviewing Morton, he was talking about how it's not just because of Clash. It's mainly because they're just best friends. They talk so much about other things in life, real life struggles, relationships, family, whatever it may be. He feels like that's another great reason why they're so close, that they don't have to actually say much to one another in 2v2.
So a fast deck here from Wings and Air Surfer as well. Andrew going with the Minor Skeleton Barrel Wall Breakers combination. Interesting choice here against the #1 duo in the league right now.
Yeah, it is interesting because these are not the types of guys that will make mistakes that open up moments for those barrels to get a lot of value. That being said, everyone's human, and you know, Misfits, Air Surfer, and Wings are very talented. They just haven't had a lot of success.
Snowball takes care of the skeletons, but Spear Goblin still gets some more damage on the left-hand side, and Mortar gets a connection on the right for SK.
Yeah, SK getting some nice damage in right now. Those wall breakers coming in a little bit late, going to be easily defended.
Miner to go in to the outside one more time. Poison on the right to put some pressure on from SK Gaming. And the Mortar does just last second pull on that Skeleton Bear.
Yeah, really, really nice Mortar pull there. I love that. It's my favorite place to play the Mortar against a barrel. And then if you are able to take the Skeletons off, it just creates so much offensive pressure. Because sometimes your opponents don't think you're going to double down in supporting that Mortar.
Skeleton cycled in the back on the left-hand side, maybe preparing for a Miner where Misfits. Instead, Skeleton Barrel comes in, ends up being 1 elixir right down the drain. Even though it feels like SK's in control, the score is still fairly easy, 1678 on the right-hand side to 1466.
Air Surfer and Wings have been doing a really great job with keeping these mortars in control and also just sending in those miners as regularly as possible. Also, if you look on it at the top of your screen there, a great E-Wiz catch for Morton and Sam's miner.
Fireball to the right-hand side gets the mortar off the board and puts some more damage on the right-hand tower of SK Gaming, but now the lane switch has resulted in damage. 1178 on the right-hand side for Misfits.
And this high miner maybe looking to catch that Dark Goblin as it crossed almost was a misplay. 2 skeletons still connect for Morton and Sam.
It's interesting how much Morton and Sam have not focused on trying to catch those miners rather than E-Wiz late. The same thing out of Misfits on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit safer, you know, and if you know you're going to catch it before it gets that first swing, it can always turn into offense and you're never going to just miss, whereas a lot of the times, or I guess every time, you're playing the gambling game and trying to catch the miner.
2 Knights on the right-hand side for SK Gaming, 1 high, 1 low. You wonder if they were both trying to pick up the Dark Goblin and play some defense, if that was a double drop or if that was intentional. Snowball does come in to clean things up, but after those 2 Knights spent on the right-hand side, suddenly we're in a situation where Misfits is in the lead.
Yeah, Misfits really, really doing a great job staying in the lead here. You see the double Knight drop again, 1 up front, 1 on the backside, looking maybe for both of the miners or just to really make sure that that first miner doesn't connect, and then it prevents the second miner from coming down.
22 seconds left. Skeleton Barrel to the right-hand side. Snowball does clean it up. 424 to 507 with 15 remaining.
Big mortar shot comes in for Morton and Sam. Not locked onto the tower, but locked onto the E-Wiz. Not going to be able to get enough spell power in time, though. Misfits, Wings, and Air Surfer coming out on top.
Yeah, that's a huge win, and it's a huge win with a deck that is not a low-skill deck for 2v2. You have to be coordinated for that one, and you see big smiles from both of these guys.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that. It's refreshing to see Air Surfer and Wings enjoying themselves. I love these guys. I've loved watching them play for years. It's been really tough to watch them struggle as much as they have through their first 5 matches. So a really, really big 2v2 win over Morton and Sam. And some of it came from misplays from Morton and Sam. There was some bad drop Dark Goblins there that got eaten up by Inferno Towers. There was some double drop Knights that weren't doing what they wanted. They could have used those Knights on offense. But most importantly, it was because Wings and Air Surfer played great.
Well, I want to give one note, something that I saw as the game was getting ready to start, Andrew. I saw Sam yawn. So very curious to see if maybe there's been a late night there or something. But I did see Sam give a yawn right before this game got going.
Right, you'd think that normally your adrenaline would be pumping, you're just ready to go. I'm sure Misfits are feeling much more of that than SK just because of the position that they're in. But yeah, interesting thing to note there from Sam. And, you know, 1 game drop by Sam and Morton is nothing to be worried about. They've turned things around and bounced back many times before in the past. But it was definitely interesting to look at the decks that they were all playing and to see Sam and Morton come out behind.
Well, it is only, you talk about 1 loss, Andrew. This is only the 2nd game loss that Sam and Morton have given up at all this season. Now 10-2 in games, still 5-0 in sets. But yeah, as you said, the big thing here, it's not just the win for Misfits Gaming, Andrew, it's how they did it.
Yeah, and just even taking 1 game win off of Morton and Sam is it speaks volumes, right? Obviously, it's not a set win, but it's harder to take one game off of Sam and Morton than it is to take numerous sets off of certain other teams. So a great moment for Wings and Air Surfer. They've got to keep this going, close out the 2v2 set, and then you finally get what you want out of Misfits, which was an excited, ready to go, on a roll Misfits going into King of the Hill.
And they are certainly capable of winning this King of the Hill, Andrew. That's the big thing, is Misfits can win the head-to-head game here. You feel like they need to win this one in 2 because if they do go to the 1v1, it's either Schwarzen or Bob up against Javi, who's insane right now. But if they win the 2v2, they could win this King of the Hill and make the biggest upset of the season.
Yeah, so let's think about this a little bit by the numbers. Usually it's been Sam that comes out first in King of the Hill. I'm trying to think who matches up best against Sam. I'm thinking it's maybe Air Surfer, but I also want to get one of those younger guys out first. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We still need to get to the second game of 2v2. It's just a surprising start, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't feel surprising for someone to lose a 2v2 game,
right?
But that's just how good Sam and Morton have been together as a duo. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 here of our 2v2 set. And Andrew, talking about them as a duo, part of why SK Gaming is so good is so many players are career leaders in their categories. Morton and Sam are the number 4 and number 5 winningest 2v2 players amongst active CRL West competitors. They are also up there in the top with sets total won as well. So we'll talk more about the gaudy numbers Javi has in the head-to-head play, but this is a very, very talented team that's been good for a very long time.
Yeah, very good for a long time and consistently good. It's no surprise to see SK Gaming in the same spot that they were in as we near playoffs, as they've been in most seasons that they've been in the league.
So minor wall breakers again for Misfits. You gotta wonder how SK Gaming plans to deal with the Inferno Tower getting mixed in here in game number 2.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. It'd be interesting to see if they have that lightning, and then also how they're going to do these balloon pushes. Is it going to be balloon graveyard, or is it just going to be balloon plus something else?
First minute away, no damage on the Misfits side yet. SK Gaming has taken a small bit. Inferno Tower out of cycle, so SK chooses to go aggressive at the bridge. And there you go. E-Wiz gone. Lumberjack gets picked up by the Skeletons, but that's still a big-time connection with the balloon.
I mean, talk about getting read like a book. That was absolutely phenomenal from SK Gaming. You know why they held the freeze, didn't use it on the other side of the map. That was picture perfect.
The late cage does stop the Night Wall Breakers push. So while it was an early advantage to SK, now that, or to Misfits, does swing in big form back to SK Gaming. This time Inferno Tower will be in cycle.
Heal Spirit going to help that balloon out, but good job preserving the health of that Inferno Tower, although still going to take that death damage because of the rage.
And death damage is a win there, Andrew. That's all they really want out of that push. They knew Inferno Tower was in cycle. They weren't going to get past it. They didn't have a freeze. Happy to take that death damage.
Exactly, and they're going to do it every single time. If they can just win this out by getting death damage 3 times in a row, that's a big, big time, easy W for SK.
And look at that, a positive elixir trade on the right-hand side
those
to play
fireball
defense.
Freezes.
Yeah. Oh, boy. And a heal spirit goes all the way in. Unbelievable.
Devastating.
And Wings, hates it.
You can see all the spell power coming in. Sam and Morton, though, they really picked them apart that game. They looked at all their defenses. They looked at what they were running. They figured out just exactly how to take advantage of it. And really, it was just the fireball plus freeze being perfectly played on 2 separate attacks.
Yeah, no, it was, and it was so clean. It felt like watching an old veteran boxer against some young gun in the gym who's like, well, I can swing big, and the veteran guys just tap, 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 tap. And the moment that young guy thinks he has it, crack, you're about on the mat. Great play by Morton and Sam, and the brilliance to play the setup and then play the payoff.
Yeah, exactly. It was a wonderful setup and knockdown from them on the left-hand side of the board. They knew Wings and Air Surfer were low. They knew that they didn't have a building in response, so what do? They go straight up with the balloon freeze fireball. A really aggressive push that if they defend it's going to spell nothing but trouble for you moving forward, but I'm pretty sure Sam and Morton knew they weren't going to defend it, so here you go. Perfectly placed and timed a Lumberjack balloon. Great Knight up high to keep that Lumberjack at bay, but the problem is if that Lumberjack isn't getting hit by the Princess Tower, it's going to win that battle. So you see Skeletons coming up high to still keep it at bay. The balloon gets fireballed off after the drop. All of that happening because of a great freeze.
A great freeze, and you see that Misfits came out of that sequence down on Elixir, and then this is brilliant, right? The defend for 1 Elixir on the right-hand side. And after the log comes in, they wait on it, and watch this Heal Spirit sneak all the way in and give that balloon just a little bit extra to finish off the tower. 2 perfectly constructed sequences by Sam and Morton. That's why they're the best in 2v2.
A nice little cherry on top of that, too, was when they hit that freeze fireball, it was on top of Spear Goblins, the Princess Tower, and a Musketeer. But they missed 1 Spear Goblin. That Goblin activated the Heal Spirit. So really nice stuff there. I don't think they planned for that to happen, but it sure worked out well for them.
Yeah, that Heal Spirit might have gone all the way into the tower with how much clogging there was happening there. So who knows? Maybe that half tile ended up being the difference. Either way, Sam and Morton were in great control of that one. And a good switch up, right?
Yeah.
They saw their opponents were probably going to go, hey, we felt pretty good about this overall concept. Let's run back something similar. And they made a good switch and ended up paying off perfectly.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what either squad comes out with here in game number 3. It feels like you can't really take a lot of what you just learned from either squad because it felt like it was just a bit of like calling bluffs and changing things up, slight adjustments. I think they maybe both go for full straight-on resets here and just make it a completely different deck from what we saw in the prior 4.
If I'm Misfits, I still want to stick with something a little bit faster to keep up with Sam and Morton. And I also don't want to give up on feeling the mojo you had in game number 1.
All right, so here we go. All tied up. Game number 3. Wings and Air Surfer for Misfits. Top of your screen, Band Tornado. Bottom of your screen, Morton and Sam, the undefeated duo, up against the wall.
Yeah, set point here, and obviously feels like a much more important set point for Misfits than it does for SK Gaming, although, you know, who knows if they feel like they can win 4 in a row and be in contention for those playoffs.
So, nice Fisherman there. Gonna eat that Knight alive, and the Lumberjack also gonna help with this Barbarian. All this is doing is helping that Giant Skeleton get a little bit farther down the map.
Yeah, and look at the timing on the Heal Spirit there out of Sam and Morton. They waited for all that to come through. They knew there was going to be a bar barrel or a log somewhere in that sequence, and they waited as long as they could. What a nice snowball. Doesn't quite make enough room for the drop to get on that left-hand tower, but death damage still is a good chunk to get out of that sequence.
Yeah, and completely even Elixir is another thing to point out there. So you talk about even Elixir, a little bit of damage in, you've recognized what your opponents have, you've baited out the freeze already, so you know to be looking for that. That's a win for SK in that first interaction.
And here they go. Same aggression we saw in the last game, and this time Misfits a bit more ready for it. Yeah, they dropped everything that you could possibly imagine on the left-hand side. That's going to go right into a Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, really surprised. It was one, then the other, then the third, then the fourth in that exact same cadence. It wasn't a double drop. It was just like, oh yeah, let's just keep dropping stuff over here. It's kind of fun.
And doesn't end up punishing them for it. They come out, again, maybe a little ahead on Elixir this time around for Misfits. So here we go, double Elixir time. Haven't seen Misfits push heavily. You feel like there's a graveyard somewhere in there, especially with the freeze, the battle healer. Another kind of mishmash of head-to-head graveyard decks.
Yeah, it just feels like they're trying to find an opening here, and Morton and Sam just aren't letting them. Maybe they try to force one here. No, not going to happen as soon as you see that Giant Skeleton come down.
And that's a nice bar barrel to take care of the Heal Spirit this time around.
And on the other side of it, you do wonder when Sam and Morton are going to get back on offense, because right now it is just the battle of the bridge, which is really important to note that neither of these squads are doing anything foolish and getting too aggressive, because they're recognizing they've got to keep resetting, setting stuff down at the back, and winning one of these bridge battles.
That's a good Musketeer high on the right-hand side to deal with that Baby Dragon. You might see a bit of a setup coming into the right-hand lane. Protection on the Musketeer against that Barb Barrel.
Yeah, looking a lot like it. Ewiz log, though. That's going to be enough for Misfits.
And back around to Ewiz is Wings, able to get that to control this bridge battle on the left-hand side.
This is such a fascinating kind of stalemate that these guys are stuck in. Neither one really wants to go crazy. Here we go. Morton and Sam back on the offense. I don't know if that's a good balloon, though.
Yeah, a little unsure about that one. If the Musketeer steps up into the balloon drop, it'll pay off, and she does. So that does work out well for them to get her a little bit more damaged.
And they're just going to go for that log chip. Going to have to drop that Inferno just to make sure. Would have cleaned up the Musketeer anyway, but at this point, you really can't sacrifice one hit anywhere on the map.
Yeah, triple elixir on its way. Expect to see graveyards coming here fairly soon from Misfits.
Yeah, and there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, good call there, Rich, because if they didn't start pulling the trigger on the graveyards, it would have been a huge, huge mistake. They need to take this triple elixir advantage and really turn up the heat, because the moment that Morton and Sam are able to turn a counter push into a balloon push, that's when they're going to be in trouble again.
It's going to be really, really hard, I think, for Morton and Sam to get on tower right now. Second Giant Skeleton down, so 2 at the bridge. They have to break through Mega Minion, Ewiz, Goblin Cage with 30 seconds left. This is feeling like it might be a Misfits set win in 2v2, and a double balloon drop on the right-hand side.
Yeah, double balloon drop. I don't care who you are. I don't think it's going to work out. Just not going to do the things that they need now. An opponent freeze comes in. That second balloon, though, still completely tanked for Rich. The Lumberjack squeezed inside.
Oh, it didn't quite connect there. This is going to be a Misfits 2v2 win. The team that could not figure out what to do in the opening set takes the win off the best team in the game.
The first 2v2 set win over the best 2v2 duo. What a weird way for Wings and Air Surfer finally to get on the board in this opening set. But you know what? We knew that those two guys could make it happen eventually. It was just surprising to see it happen against Morton and Sam. But this is exactly what Misfits needs, is this confidence rolling in to King of the Hill.
Yeah, and look, like I said before, Misfits is more than capable of winning this King of the Hill. You have one of the all-time, if not the all-time best King of the Hill player when it comes to Wings. Certainly one of the best, no question. Air Surfer can ball, and whether they put in Schwarzen, most likely Schwarzen or Bob the Rock, they got another guy who can get at least one win here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting spot for SK to be in, an opportunity for them to go into that third set once again. They've taken a break from it over the last 3 matches, so first they need to put it together in King of the Hill, and then we'll see if Javi has it for him in that 1v1 set. But let's talk about Misfits here for a moment. Just a really, really excellent job never allowing their opponents to get an inch of ground across the bridge. You look at this here, double Giant Skeleton, great stop.
They did a great, and you're talking about them shutting it down. That's the big thing they did here, was they just shut it down. They looked at this matchup here, and maybe they kind of got an idea that after the success of game number 2, SK kind of being maybe a surprisingly predictable going back to Balloon again in game number 3, they went with something they felt like would shut down Balloon, and they saw it immediately. Musketeer, Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, Ewiz, of course the Goblin Cage on top of that. How do you get through with Balloon? The answer is you don't.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I do think it was a bit predictable for them to go back to Balloon. It was definitely what I was thinking they were going to do. I'm just wondering if that's something that they need to look forward in their coming matches to make sure that they stay very, very hard to analyze. Because, look, playing against Morton and Sam is always tough, but if you can get any bit of ground against them, it's gonna help a lot. And so that them running that deck back again, it did really seem like there was no way for them to get around Misfits. So here we go, King of the Hill. Probably going to be Sam, probably going to be Morton, probably going to be Javi. And then as you said, out of Misfits, Air Surfer, Wings, and most likely Schwarzen. But where do guys come out? It's probably going to be, usually it's like Sam, Morton, and then Javi for SK. Who matches up best against Sam in your mind?
Wow, that's a really, really difficult question. Who matches up best against Sam?
And he's been playing great in 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, he's been phenomenal coming off of a great King of the Hill sweep, of course. Part of me would want to put Wings out first, but I know he doesn't like going first. So I say go ahead and throw out Air Surfer first. I think that you do go Air Surfer, Wings, Schwarzen. I think you put Schwarzen on the back end. I don't think you put the young German up against his countryman to open up King of the Hill.
Yeah, it does seem a bit tough to have a rookie go up against Sam right now just because of how well Sam's been playing. If Sam's really hot at the moment, I agree. You start off with someone maybe just a little bit more storied to go up against him to maybe take him out early, and then Schwarzen can come play cleanup later on because Schwarzen's a guy that beat Morton in those offseason leagues. He's a guy that I heard a ton about in the offseason. I'm ready to see what he could do in these big moments.
It would be cool. It would be very cool. I think he does deserve a shot here. A lot of the rumors, of course, everyone knew that Schwarzen was going to end up somewhere in CRL. There were a lot of rumors he would end up with SK Gaming because, of course, the relationship he has with the German organization, but ended up over with Misfits. This would be a good chance for him to maybe show, hey, if I'm looking for a new contract in our next season, maybe I should look at me next time.
So Wings and Sergio going to start things off. Javi Catorce just sitting back, looking like Coach KV has a lot of faith in these three gentlemen to get him through to that 1v1 set. Sergio Ramos starting things off against Wings, then OP Sam and Morton for SK, Schwarzen and Air Surfer in the Wings, behind Wings for Misfits.
Let's go ahead and jump on into it. Game number 1. Sergio Ramos, have not seen much of him this season, but here he is now. I think he's actually been out since maybe week 2, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, week 3. Week 3 was the last time we saw him. Or I mean, that was I don't know if that was their doubleheader week though. How do you feel about this? We saw a questionable choice when we saw Canaro come out for Team Liquid in that 1v1 and it didn't work out against Vitor. Why do you not play Javi in this set when he's definitely the best head-to-head guy you have and you're down 1?
I mean, you have to bench somebody. Obviously, I think looking at this matchup overall, they feel pretty good about their chances against Misfits collectively. And I think you have to get Sergio Ramos going, right? You're going to be in playoffs this season. It's going to be BO5s. You need someone else to take off some of that load. And when you do those 3 1v1 sets, already they're great. They're phenomenal. If Sergio Ramos can get it going by the time they hit playoffs,
oh man,
they're unstoppable.
Yeah, and this is not the way to do it. Healthy Ewiz, healthy Mega Knight, healthy Royal Giant, Barbarian tanking up front, and only a Royal Recruit on the right-hand tower. Nothing but trouble here from our former world champion.
Yeah, that's a rough opening here, and behind on damage, completely behind on Elixir and Wings. One of the best King of the Hill players in the history of our league. Overall, 4th in total career wins at 30. Looking like he's going to add number 31.
Yeah, Sergio just giving too much value at the bridge to that Mega Knight and then not having a tank on the back end to deal with it. Other than, of course, those Royal Delivery or the Royal Recruits, which, that's splash damage. You don't want that.
And that Inferno Dragon gets totally missed, and Sergio Ramos can't believe it.
You can see you even saw Wings there kind of shake his head, maybe feeling bad for his buddy because he knows what it's like when you miss those pulls and when you have just a rough game. That being said, this is who we need, or this is what Misfits needs out of Wings, is a great 2v2 set, and then to come out and pick up at least 1 win in King of the Hill.
It makes you wonder about why he wasn't in the King of the Hill rosters, wasn't active at all, or at least in the King of the Hill rosters, for 2 matches in a row, for the loss to Pain and the loss to Tribe.
Yeah, it's really odd. It was just one of those things that didn't make a whole lot of sense why they would have benched him for that. But maybe it was a personal thing. Maybe he just wasn't feeling up to it based off of what had been going on recently in his gameplay. Oh, man.
Megan? Yeah.
Just eats up like 20 Elixir on the right-hand side of the board. Sergio Ramos is just reeling right now.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where you'll walk away, go outside, do something else for a while, play a game of tennis with a wall, which will kind of feel similar, I guess, to a certain degree, and maybe just forget about this one.
Your point at the top of this match, which I actually believe is important, and that's getting Sergio Ramos going as you're getting closer to playoffs. Now that you've basically locked down the regular season, you got to look ahead to the BO5s and playoffs and figuring out how to succeed there. Is getting Sergio Ramos going, but then this effect happening, does that become more detrimental to his confidence? Like, does this become a thing where it's like, man, we wanted to get him out there, we wanted to get him going, but do we just bench him like indefinitely?
I don't know. That's such a hard question to answer. Sergio's such an experienced guy. He's a really positive influence on the team. I wonder how much him being separated from the other 3 guys and their coach physically not being with them at the team house is having an effect on him.
Yeah, and this first push was really surprising to kind of see Sergio double down or commit so heavily in keeping his Inferno Dragon on the board. I mean, it was Inferno and Electro Wizard out of wings, and Sergio had his Inferno, Musketeer, and Fisherman play already, but he decides to keep going in and selling out to try to keep his Inferno Dragon alive, and there's just no way around it.
Yeah, and then this little misplay on the right-hand side has plenty of elixir, but just gets the recruits down. Maybe he didn't have one. Maybe that's right when he hits 7, and that Inferno Dragon sneaks through and gets on tower, and what was already a bad situation becomes infinitely worse.
Yep, so now Morton and Sam, the last 2 up remaining to keep SK alive, to hopefully push them to the 1v1 set if you're an SK fan. Misfits, though, looking to close things out really quickly. Wings on a great run. He's already got 3 game wins to start his day to day, and now it's going to be him going up against Sam. I don't know. I don't really know what to expect right now. This is not how I expected these first few games to go.
Well, again, it's one of those ones where we talked about it in the 2v2, Andrew. If Misfits wins the 2v2, which we thought was a massive if, turns out it was a when, this is a team that can beat SK and in the King of the Hill, and so far off to a good start.
Yeah, especially when I love Sergio Ramos. I really do. He's like one of my favorite people. But when you started off with him out there like that and it goes that poorly, it starts to weigh heavier and heavier in Misfits' favor. Now Sam and Morton having to play catch up from a position that they're never really put in. I mean, this is the first time they're actually put in this position this season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not concerned about them in this situation. You know, it does harken back to that big yawn we saw out of Sam to open up the day. I do wonder if maybe they're not as well rested and well focused this week as they have been in other weeks.
So here we go. Wings, top of your screen, just took down SK's first player in Sergio Ramos. Now Sam up next.
Shockingly, despite being one of the all-time bests in King of the Hill, that's Wings' first win on the season in this set.
Yeah, he's been really, really quiet in King of the Hill this season. And I think a lot of it has to do with maybe the stresses that have come from just never having a strong 2v2.
Looks like Wings going with that Royal Giant, Royal Ghost deck, most likely. I don't know if it's lost yet today, Andrew.
Yeah, it's really strong. I think you said the numbers were 65% earlier, and the really big trick here is going to be a way to figure out to get enough DPS on that Royal Giant so that later on in the game, that Barb Hut doesn't just become a wasted 7 elixir, building that spawns 2 barbarians. You want that Barb Hut to be on the board for a long time.
Well, you think Barb Hut GY, and you think complete shutdown for Royal Giant. This is a big swing from OP Sam on the left-hand side with the Graveyard. And this should be matchup advantage for OP Sam between the E-Wiz to slow down the RG, the Barb Hut. I think that what he might be looking for is if Wings tries to snipe that Barb Hut with the Ghost High, that he puts the Knight there in front of the Barb Hut rather than on the Royal Giant.
Yeah, and I think that's a good play there. This time, obviously, the Royal Ghost being out of cycle, going and just taking that normal walk over to the Barbarians, doesn't have to worry about it on this specific exchange. But yeah, I mean, we the one thing that Sam really has to do here is protect that Barbarian Hut at all costs, because when it starts to be your only line of defense and it costs that much, you're in trouble.
Royal Giant to the right-hand side. E-Wiz to slow it down.
Sam doing the correct thing, overspending on that right-hand side to ensure that that Royal Giant doesn't get any hits on his tower.
And E-Wiz resets, so the Knight does get some extra swings there on the right-hand side. Good dual lane damage right now.
Oh, that
from the
Hunter.
German.
Man, what a great Hunter from Wings. That felt like he was not going to be able to deal with all 4 of those units on the left-hand side.
Final 30 seconds approach. The American in a lot of trouble right now. And one more extra swing for Sam on the right-hand side.
Yeah, frustrating there for Wings. Feels like he pulls that Barbarian right into his Fisherman, and then Barbarian gets a swing on the tower and now sets up a perfect poison for Sam.
And Barbut set up in the back on the left-hand side for Sam. Must feel confident about his setup for the next Royal Giant push.
Yeah, and he gets that splash damage in on the right. Really, really tough here for Wings. Just all things going wrong.
That's a lot of fireball value there, but Wings not going to bite on it.
There it is. And Sam just happy to take this poison value. Happy to poison him out. He's got more than enough time, more than enough HP to just sit back and just cycle back around. And yep, Wings knows it. Wings knows there's no way to get through.
Oh, we talked about this matchup earlier. This puts into high relief how impressive Ruben's win. We saw this exact same matchup in the same position with Ruben on top, and I can't remember who it was against earlier today on the bottom. But Ruben won this exact same matchup, and it just shows how insanely impressive it was for him to pull that one off.
Yeah, I believe it was Ruben and Bale, and it was just an incredible, incredible display there by Ruben of knowing the matchup, knowing that he's at a disadvantage, and then picking apart his opponent and just taking all of his mistakes and throwing them right in his face.
Well, notice the difference is that Wings has not been, he's been cycling the Royal Ghost in the back rather than ever using it to target the Barbut, and that's a huge difference in the way these two have played it.
Yeah, that fireball is going to come in, not going to be enough. Baby Dragon locked on tower. Wings gets a good run for the day, takes the 2v2 set, gets a win here in King of the Hill, but he will be done this weekend. Sam continues to dominate here in this King of the Hill set. Now, we didn't see Sam at all in their last match because Javi 1-2-3 to RF, Sam, and Lapo. But before that, it was Sam that took down TNT, Buffmac, and Jupiter King in a King of the Hill sweep. So now he's on a nice run of 4 in a row.
Playing really well is Sam, and yeah, you see this? This is what this matchup is supposed to be like. The Ewiz and Barbut together just make it so impossible for the Royal Giant to go anywhere. Easy counterplay, and that fireball doesn't hit the Baby Dragon at all. So that Baby Dragon completely happy to sit there and do some tanking for a massive graveyard push on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it must have been a cycle thing because he would have rather had that Hunter come down instead of the Baby, or instead of the Fireball, which you saw later on top of that Baby Dragon. But, you know, this is kind of the story right here. As you can see, Sam just playing very, very patient, letting these big pushes come across the river. Yes, giving certain Fireball value here and there, but really it was just about defending his graveyards, getting those tanks across by playing very, very methodically and always having the responses for that Royal Giant. And yeah, Rich, I do really wonder what happens if Wings uses that Royal Ghost solely to focus on the Barbut.
There is a tough spot there, right? Because from a cycle perspective, you get to a point where you're hitting 10 Elixir and you want to cycle something in the back just to not be falling behind. But what else do you cycle? Do you cycle your Fisherman? Do you cycle your Hunter? Both of those are really important tech cards in certain points. And it seems like in a lot of places that Royal Giant or that Royal Ghost is the best cycle. But in this situation, what we saw Ruben do earlier today versus what we saw Wings do here, it seems like that was not the best choice in this matchup.
Yeah, it feels like the better choice is to cycle the Fisherman. Usually it's not a card you want to cycle, but you don't have to worry about it too much. Yes, your opponent is playing Graveyard, but I don't think he was really ever that worried about that coming across. You know, I felt like that was really the way he should have played that instead. I think it's cycle the Fisherman in the back, don't worry about what it pulls in, get that Royal Ghost on top of the Barbut. That's maybe the way to go. Who knows? Great job from Wings today. Sam continuing his reign of dominance in King of the Hill. Up next for Misfits. This is going to be a tough one. You know, this is going to be a really great matchup for us, I think. I mean, who do you have in this?
I'm gonna pick Sam.
Yeah.
Schwarzen is a phenomenal player, and Schwarzen's here for a reason. Had a great run in the No Tilt World Championship. He's been good outside of CRL a whole bunch. He deserves to be here. There's no question about it. It's the Mad Scientist. Have fun.
Yeah, it's the Mad Scientist who's looking a lot like he did in his debut season when we very first saw him play back NAEU in CRL, and Sam came out and he was on fire.
They do kind of look like cousins, though. So a little slower start here on both sides. Heal Spirit Snowball for Sam. Skeleton Barb Barrel for Schwarzen.
Yeah, I'm very happy to just sit back. I'm wondering how long this is going to go on. I mean, if they're already doing it this long, it feels like they might just wait till we get close to double, as they don't appear to have anything that they feel happy to cycle.
Schwarzen brought in primarily as a 2v2 specialist off of his performance in the no-tilt league, but you know, as you saw, it didn't translate here. And it was only 18 and 17, 51% win rate in 2v2 in no-tilt league. Now focusing only on head-to-head play. Here's a 3-3 split from Sam.
And a Mega Knight for Schwarzen. Schwarzen's got to be happy about that.
Barbell rips off some shields. Mega Knight does the same on the right-hand side. First 90 seconds away. And this is going to be the first real significant push for Sam to deal with. Schwarzen choosing not to double down.
Yeah, I like that push. Sam waits really long. He even burns a couple more elixir just to see what Schwarzen's going to do. And he goes, all right, you're not going to do it. I'll go Lumberjack plus Heal Spirit for a +2 trade.
So a lot of patience being shown on both sides from these two.
Yeah, 16.5 elixir essentially leaked on both sides of the board.
You know, you look at Ewiz and the Hunter, and you ask the question, how does a balloon, which is what looks like Sam's playing here, how does a balloon get past those two? Well, I'll tell you right now, it's that tiny shirtless guy right there.
Yep,
it's the
exactly.
rage.
Oh, and look at that. A great fisherman going to pull that Hunter away. Excellent play from Sam. Also going to pull that Ewiz away. Let's go.
Wow. Oh, wow. And the skeleton's not quite there for Schwarzen. Sam has to contend with the Mega Knight on the left-hand side. Should go, I believe, in a Heal Spirit behind him. This Lumberjack doesn't need it, and that's going to be tower down on the right. Snowball makes some room. Great play from the mad scientist. Cooked that one up in the lab and executed it to perfection.
That was sheer magnificence when you talk about setting something up beautifully for Sam. Schwarzen, no, I mean, look, you and I, when we play, I've told you, when I lose in Clash, I get really upset when I make a dumb mistake. But when I play someone and they just straight up outplay me, it's kind of the look that Schwarzen has on his face right now. You're just like, well, I guess on to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really well played by Sam. And it's so funny, just as we're talking about it, Andrew, so we're talking about how do you get past a Hunter and an Ewiz. Well, it's a Lumberjack, and you know, the other part of that was the Fisherman.
Yes.
The Fisherman was those Fisherman pulls at the back end, and you saw Schwarzen nearly stop it from happening. Those skeletons were a beat behind stopping that from coming together. Instead, turns the opposite direction.
Yeah, what an incredible Lumberjack plus Fisherman play here. I loved every bit of it. I mean, I think that's actually the next replay we're going to see. But the Fisherman was just doing work for Sam this whole time. Now, this is a push that came in from Schwarzen that, you know, it's... Oh, excuse me. No, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the setup right here.
Yeah, Lumberjack, the bar barrel comes in, but that Fisherman comes right, and look at that, the Skeleton's just a half step late on it, and that allows the Fisherman to pull double duty, and that Lumberjack was doing so much, going back and forth, just chopping away. Not much that Schwarzen could do there once that Fisherman and Lumberjack got going.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was already over when the Fisherman pulled the Hunter, but then the Fisherman also pulling that Electro Wizard was just excellent. That's definitely the MVP Fisherman of the day. And speaking of MVP, Sam's a guy that's his name's kind of been tossed around a couple times over the last few weeks because of what he's done, and getting this King of the Hill sweep and then moving things to 1v1 is another great way to add, or another great thing to add to his resume. Air Surfer and Sam, this is kind of a more classic battle than what we just saw.
Well, this is a battle of former teammates, keep in mind, because OP Sam was the late addition to TSM back in CRL North America. So these two guys know each other very well. They lived together for a while in the team house for TSM back in that 2018 season.
So here we go. Former teammates facing off here in Game 4 of King of the Hill. Misfits up a set.
Snowball in. Skeletons opposite direction. And that team house was kind of notorious with Vulcan kind of playing nanny almost to the other three mischief makers between Air Surfer, Firewolf, and OP Sam. The cooking misadventures, we'll say, were almost legendary on social media for Clash Royale players, with the number of burnt nachos attempts coming out of those three.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Vulcan as well. I was telling you, I was watching him late last night as he's still my friend in game. He's running a new bridge spam deck that I'm sure we'll start to see here in competitive play over the next week. But he played against a couple people named Benzer Rydell, Manong Jippy, and he's still got it. A lot of fun to watch him play still, even though we don't get the pleasure of seeing him here at CRL.
It's a little stalemate here between the former teammates. Sam looking a little bored here, and Air Surfer, we have to replace that for a moment. The face cam going out here for a minute.
And Sam just going, can you guys give me my second King of the Hill sweep or what? Let's go. Air Surfer looking to get his first one of the season, a guy that's very capable of doing said sweep.
Yeah, Air Surfer's certainly done it before in his career. Overall, 3, including 1 this season. Put on 2 King of the Hill sweeps in the Complexity jersey back in the 2019 year. Sam on the other side of it with his King of the Hill sweeps, currently sitting at 3. And of course, waiting in the wings for 1v1 if we get there is the overall Clash Royale League career sweeps leader, Javi Catorze, at 6.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's 18 people he beat without losing once.
So a bit of an E-Wiz fight there. Poison value for Air Surfer on the right-hand side.
Sam now setting up his Mega Knight in the back. Air still will respond in kind.
Yeah, Mega Knights both directions and little fisherman gamesmanship as well. That's a good set of skeletons out of Sam there to befuddle the fisherman.
Yeah, really, really nice play. That's exactly what his opponent was looking for last game.
So now you see the Elixir looking fairly even, except for there's the big 7 Elixir Mega Knight on the board for OP Sam, and it's staying in the mix right now as well.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Sam is just going to continue to fight this battle on the right-hand side. It looks like he will because his opponent spent so much. But it did feel like a moment where he could maybe start to turn up some pressure elsewhere.
E-Wiz just stays alive and stays out of Princess Tower range, puts 1 shot on the Mega Knight. Here we are, sudden death overtime. It's Air Surfer first to pull the trigger on the Graveyard.
Yeah, and now Poison out of cycle for Sam. He's going to get this Hunter down with an E-Wiz, which is a lot of great poison value for Air Surfer, but Air Surfer has this Fisherman plus Hunter. He might not need it.
Mega Knight cycled 1 more time for the SK player.
I like that out of Air Surfer, not going in with the poison because he saw how easy it was going to be to clean up those units on the back end. Now he can go Graveyard Poison this time if he wants.
That was a very smart snowball out of Sam because he didn't want his Mega Knight to allow the fight to take place on the opposite side of the bridge. Instead, you see the result of that, able to DPS down the Mega Knight with his Fisherman Hunter combo on his own side.
The battle of the Mega Knights and the Electro Wizards just continuing back and forth with Hunters on the back end, Fishers behind.
And this feels like Air Surfer probably has this one pretty well locked up. It's going to be very, very hard for Sam to make up the lost ground at this stage. This Graveyard could put a little bit of damage on, but the E-Wiz comes up to clean things up. Snowball, not going to make quite enough room, but will make things closer.
Yeah, and now with this Poison coming in a bit late, it's going to help clean up those 2 back units, but the Brawlers are going to both be very, very healthy. So easy decision there to drop a Graveyard for Air Surfer.
Yeah, pretty clear win for Air Surfer in this one. Going to get a little more damage on the right-hand side just to punctuate the victory. And that's one of those matches where it's just a grindy, slow death. Sam not able to pull out the win here. Air Surfer locked it down nicely.
So here we go. This is exactly the thing that Misfits expects out of Air Surfer and Wings when they put them in the 2v2 in King of the Hill. They each get wins in King of the Hill, they take that 2v2 set, and now they are in a position to eliminate SK Gaming in 2 sets, which is exactly what you want to do against a lot of the best squads out there. You don't want to face Igor in a 1v1, you don't want to face Ruben in a 1v1, you don't want to face Javi in a 1v1. Win those matchups in 2.
Yeah, this is the way it felt like Misfits had to do it, and now it comes down to 2 long-standing veterans once again. Morton going to come out for SK Gaming against Air Surfer. Let's look at some of the action here, and you know, Andrew, you can call it action, but what you can really call it is a slow grind.
Yeah, and it was a slow grind of basically the same 4 units being played over and over in the exact same fashion. And then it was just about whose fishermen's kind of were played a little bit better. And Air Surfer did a really good job by getting his graveyard out first early on, and then his opponent, Sam, over-defended and gave great poison value. It was just really that one exchange, and then they continue to do this thing that we've been watching in the replays. They just did this back and forth for the next 4 minutes. But really that one big graveyard hit on the right, as you can see, giving him that big lead was what was the decider in the game.
Well, the Goblin Hunt ended up providing more value to Air Surfer than the Skeletons did to Sam. He was able to stop one fisherman from connecting and pulling stuff across the bridge, but in the end, it was the Goblin Hunt to distract and the Goblin Brawler to both do some damage on his side of the board and create suppression on the opposite side. So just a little bit more value there for Air Surfer than for Sam.
Yeah, and if your deck is going to be cheaper, you need to figure out a way to really use that fast recycle to your advantage. I don't know if that's even possible with that deck because it was so many of the same things. Mega Knight up front, Fisherman behind it, DPS behind that. So I don't know if there's actually really a way to do that. But if you're trying to find any sort of way to get an advantage, it's by taking advantage of that one small mistake.
Well, speaking of advantage, right now, advantage still for Misfits with the set in hand. Want to win a big one here, though. As you said, Andrew, do not want to send Schwarzen or Bob into the 1v1 against Javi 14. So it's going to be Morten and Air Surfer for Game 5 King of the Hill.
It really does feel like this is actually the match point. It feels like right now, Air Surfer taking it is match point. But then, like you said, if Morten wins this, Javi, I think, pretty easily takes down Schwarzen. And I think that's who we'll most likely see. I don't think it'll be Bob the Rock.
Morten going Archer's Graveyard, which he's done quite a lot. Maybe a bit surprised to see this here.
Barbarian cycled left. Front of Dragon going to work on the right-hand side. Going to maybe take a snowball, or is he just going to let it go? Yeah, he's just going to let it go.
It only stays in the first level, 23-14 on the right-hand side. And see if that Knight's correctly timed. Maybe it's a little bit late. A little low on the Knight, so the Bar Putt will take the damage here.
Split Archer is going to help with that. Baby Dragon help with the Miner. First graveyard out for Morten. Look at that.
And
Great
well
reset.
Wow.
Yeah. Air Surfer maybe feeling like he had that defense locked down pretty easily, looking to min-max and take just a little bit of damage, but instead Morten goes in with the snowball, and that Knight tanks for those Skeletons way longer than Air Surfer had anticipated.
Yeah, that Knight was nasty, and you got to deal with that earlier. The zap comes out a little bit late there, and you see the results. 491 on the left-hand side, maybe a little twitchiness out of Air Surfer. Morten plays more Graveyard than I think people necessarily think of or expect. And he especially likes Graveyard Archer's combination, seeing it here work to success.
Yeah, I mean, Morten's a guy that really loves quick cycle decks, so being able to play this fast of a Graveyard deck really does kind of cater to his play style.
Archer's down low. We'll see what he does up high. Tower on the left-hand side, and Miner will go to the back.
Yeah, Air Surfer sacks that tower, so he's able to get in the spell power on the right-hand side. Miner now tanking for that Lava Hound, but that's not really what he wants. He wants that Lava Hound to tank for the Miner, and then the Miner to tank for the pups.
Bar Putt set way to the right-hand side by Morten. Going to use it potentially to pick up some of these support troops as well.
Miner caught by those Skeletons. Archer's in. Nice zap from Air Surfer to ensure a little bit more damage.
It was the right idea, but you saw the Archers played immediately behind outside of the zap range. And, well, a little thanks
Just
here.
thanks is going out from both these guys.
Yeah, a little interesting there from Morten. You don't usually see the cheekiness. That almost feels more like a Sam move than a Morten move.
Yeah, that doesn't really feel like a Morten move, but maybe he was just like, you know what, this isn't fine. You guys want to do this? Fine, we're going to go to the 1v1 set. It felt like Morten was almost bothered by having to play that. See, Air Surfer definitely bummed out. It would have been really nice for him to close this match out. So now the thing that we've been talking about since the opening set win for Air Surfer and Wings, who comes out to face off against Javi 14, and do they have a chance?
A chance, yes, but it's a puncher's chance, as I would say. As they would say, Andrew. Like you land the knockout blow, congratulations. But if it's a drawn-out fight, Javi certainly has the advantage. And this was a challenging situation for Air Surfer, Andrew. You talked about the miner tanking for the Lava Hound rather than the other way around. Well, it was a smart move by Morten, and this is a little bit earlier on, the big offensive play, the snowball to reset, and that Knight staying there way too long for that tower to get so much damage on the left-hand side. You were talking about this on the right-hand side, though, Andrew, and it was a smart play by Morten to defend with the skeletons rather than the Knight against the miner pushes, because it forces Air Surfer to use the zap, which means the Princess Tower retargets to the miner rather than stays on the Lava Hound.
Yeah, exactly. And that little forced move there completely kills Air Surfer's push. Even though it might not seem like it, it really does, because fine, get your 4 lava or your 4 shovel hits in and your 100 lava attacks, whatever the Lava Hound is doing to your Princess Tower in, but as long as they are not helping each other out, that's all that matters. As long as that miner's not getting tanked for the whole time by the Lava Hound, and then they switch roles when the pups pop, you're good. And Morten saw that that was the best way to deal with it, baits out the zap with the skeletons, and then he kills that push right then and there.
You know, you bring that up, Andrew. I'm not actually sure what the Lava Hound does to a tower.
I don't know.
I've never watched it closely enough to see, is he spitting kind of like a baby dragon does, but it's small little bits of lava? That would make the most sense, right?
Yeah, I think it's spitting out little bits of lava on the tower. I feel like it should maybe do a little bit more damage, but, you know.
I can't believe I never thought of that until now. Very, very weird. All right, so that's enough for King of the Hill. SK Gaming kind of skating by on the skin of their teeth there, Andrew.
Yeah.
Now we go into the 1v1, and it's going to be Javi Catorze. You saw him in the background on camera there. Unless SK Gaming is just doing, Sergio Ramos day, it's going to be Javi Catorze coming out for the 1v1. I got to think it's Schwarzen for this 1v1 set. That seems like the right call, but it's one of the difficulties of Misfits, again, with their identity issues.
Yeah, I mean, if we go and we look at the numbers for Schwarzen and Bob the Rock, Schwarzen's 45% on the season, Bob the Rock is 50% on the season or in their careers. Kind of pick your poison, and you're going up against a guy who's played in every season, who's played the most matches than most people in the league, and with an incredible win rate. I don't know, man. I guess you just go with whoever thinks they have a better chance and you let them decide.
Well, I do want to talk about that, Andrew, because you talk about Javi Catorze, you got to talk about being a record setter, right? Javi Catorze, the career head-to-head wins leader at 67 between King of the Hill and 1v1. The career King of the Hill sweeps leader at 6. Most 1v1 game wins at 36. Most 1v1 set wins at 16. And overall, not the most games played, though. That honor goes to the God RF at 181.
Isn't it incredibly offensive and appalling to think that last season people were saying that Javi is washed? They were saying silly. Just because he had a couple bad games or whatever, they're like, oh, he's done. You talk about the numbers that you just said, it's astounding that one player has that many records.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what he's done. And he's one of those guys who, we talked about Razor being undervalued before going into the Misfits run towards the number 2 finish last season. Javi's one of those guys who I don't know why he has never really gotten the level of acclaim and respect that he clearly, without question, deserves.
Yeah, I don't think there's really an answer to it. He's a very humble player. That's one thing that I really like about Javi is, anytime you talk to him, even after doing something great, he still is always, same with Morten. They're always looking to the next step, the next best thing for their squad to do. So right now, Javi takes a lot of damage on that right-hand side from that initial graveyard. He tries to turn it into a Mega Knight Royal Hogs push, but then has also gifted his opponent with another nice counter push.
Yeah, gonna go with the Hunter low here just to hold off for a moment and deal with the cannon cart. Try to get himself back in it, but as you can see, going to be way behind on Elixir. 6 Elixir-ish advantage right now for Schwarzen.
Yeah, that is a huge advantage in Schwarzen's favor, and if he knows that, he will graveyard right now. There it is.
And there you go.
High Mega Knight. I was actually really surprised to see him drop that Electro Wizard right behind the Battle Healer. Because I guess maybe he wanted to bait out the Mega Knight knowing that the Skeletons would take the tower.
And this is a smart play by Javi, trying to get the Mega Knight just to put pressure on the other side, and now we're going to have Mega Knight Hogs again.
Yeah, I don't think Shorezen expected that Mega Knight to survive as long as it did. The Heal Spirit came in and did just enough.
And I think Javi's going to be back to Mega Knight here in just 1 second. There you go.
So Mega Knight
Shore's in the head. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Mega Knight into the right-hand side, Magic Archer behind, so you can't deal with the Goblin Hut. So how do you actually get these Royal Hogs to break through? That's the true question. And I think you got to let this push go and then maybe reset when you actually have that Magic Archer.
Yeah, you only have 15 seconds, though. And
Yeah.
not much time to do it. EQ comes in to deal with the Goblin Hut. Goblin Hut delay play out of Shorezen. Smart play there. So Shorezen going to take game 1 off of Javi. Very important win for the rookie.
Yeah, that's a really, really big win. It really is. He has a good matchup there, plays it smart. He gets Javi to make a couple mistakes early on, and now he's in the best possible position he could be in, which is taking that first game off of Javi.
You know, there's been a ton of Mega Knight out of SK Gaming today. Like an almost absurd amount of Mega Knight out of SK Gaming. I really wonder what it is they've been doing on their practice side that this has been kind of the big piece they've been leaning on during this game.
Yeah, that's actually a really strong point you're making. I mean, maybe it's dealing with the Royal Hogs or the Royal Recruits, but it honestly hasn't been working out too great for them, the Mega Knight decks. You know, I feel like it's gone a little bit back and forth here, but this is that first graveyard push that comes in. Javi tries to pull, I believe, the Battle Healer, but he gets the Hunter. He drops the Mega Knight on top in an early snowball with that Heal Spirit on the back end. All of that expenditure and still an insane amount of damage comes in for that graveyard from Shorezen.
Yeah, that was a huge swing, both in terms of damage and elixir, and at that point it was basically a done deal. There was no real coming back from it at that stage. You see pretty easy tower down on the right-hand side. Shorezen with a big advantage and a chance now 2 shots at match point and the opportunity to clinch the first win for Misfits this season.
Yeah, and it looked like Javi just didn't know what decision to make in that moment. He was at 10, he was ticking away, so he was actually leaking elixir. He should have dropped a Hunter or a Magic Archer in the back end. I think it had to have been the Hunter because the Magic Archer was out of cycle. That would help with the skeletons. Then he still would have had the elixir to drop the Mega Knight up front on top of that E-Wiz plus Battle Healer, and maybe he's able to keep that tower alive. So one of those moments of maybe just being caught deer in the headlights moment for Javi, not knowing what decision to make.
Yeah, that happens to the best of us sometimes, and right now Shorezen in a great spot. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Misfits with the first of 2 match point opportunities.
Yeah, very impressive here for Shorezen. He struggled in King of the Hill, comes out, takes a very nice first game off of Javi, and match point once again.
Heal Spirit, Fisherman cycle to the right-hand side, Musketeer in response for the Spaniard. You know, you talk about recognition. Javi Catorze, not much of a ladder player, doesn't spend a lot of time pushing really high. Shorezen, on the other hand, best finish 24th, 82-27. Personal best on ladder.
Yeah, it is always surprising to me when someone like Javi is just like, I don't really do ladder. It's just not my thing.
And how interesting of a turn here, Andrew. Javi plays the Mega Knight deck in game number 1.
Wow.
Switches things out and immediately just a huge, the Mega Knight's dream comes down the right-hand side and once again shreds his tower early.
Yeah, because look, even though the Lumberjack and the Royal Recruits are going to do a good amount of damage, they're still single target DPS and they still take a minute to get through those Royal Hogs. So Javi has responses, but with taking a big 1400 damage blow early on, will it matter as he goes into double elixir?
You know, Andrew, you have no way with this version of Six Loon to deal with the Heal Spirit effectively. You have a Snowball which doesn't kill a Heal Spirit, so you have to catch the Heal Spirit high by spreading out your defense. Just a real rough matchup situation.
Yeah, and you see right here, just easy tower take. Javi doesn't want to overspend, so he uses the minions. Now he's going to go for a balloon push on the right-hand side, but Shorezen's got that Royal Delivery to drop on top of these minions if he wants. He's got the Hunter to deal with this balloon.
Oh,
wow.
The perfect play to sneak the balloon through. 1 shot, 2 shot,
Oh,
gets the 3rd shot,
my
that's tower
goodness.
down.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Shorezen even did all the things that we thought he was going to do. So what does Javi do? He picks it apart and figures out how to put together a better offense. I don't even really know why that worked. I have to look at it again on replay. That was incredible.
Just perfect timing with the Snowball to get the Lumberjack to kill the Hunter. And after that, no real way to stop the balloon for
Yeah.
Schwarzen. The Hunter is the only way.
Yeah, that was such an... And now you see Schwarzen cycle the Hunter to the right-hand side. Makes absolutely zero sense. You've got to save that for the balloon.
And now gets back to a Hunter. Will stop the drop, but will take death damage in the left-hand lane.
Javi just screams back into this match and then somehow ends up in the lead as well.
This is the hard part here, though, Andrew, is he's going to give up damage to this Royal Hog's Heal Spirit push pretty much every time. Schwarzen has a way to stop 100% of the damage. Javi really doesn't.
Yeah, so Javi has to set the line high every single time, make sure that those recruits eat up the Heal Spirit so that it doesn't hit the Hogs on the back end, but it's a lot easier to say than it is to do.
So one great play by Javi extends the game, but the question is, was it just extending the murder as opposed to actually winning this one?
And high Goblin Hut try to pull that away. Now you see the delivery come, or the recruits come in, but Earthquake plus Royal Hog still gonna get some good damage. Javi has to go big here.
Yeah, he might go, does go balloon to the outside here. Delivery comes in a little bit late. Nothing to get to the Hunter this time with the Fisherman in front, but the Snowball does it again.
He does it again, and the Goblin Cage comes down. Balloon gonna get a double drop.
Oh my word, the minions behind. Javi Catorze fights out of the depths of death to win this one.
I mean, and look, here's the thing. Javi, while being an emotional player, he doesn't get tilted when he loses those games. So you saw, he lost that first game pretty badly. He starts this game off horribly, but what does he do? He sticks with it, he turns things around, he times things beautifully, masterfully, and he takes down Schwarzen. Now as you go into this last game, all the pressure is back on Schwarzen. All of it is on his shoulders, and I guarantee you, Javi feels in the zone now.
Coach KV calling a timeout on the SK Gaming side to confer with his squad about deck choices for this last one. And man, I can't wait to go take a look at the replay from that. And it's the same trick essentially worked twice, Andrew. It's, I know that your only way to kill the balloon is this Hunter, so I'm going to keep playing until that's your only response, and then snowball it out of the way.
So here we go. It starts off with this big push coming in from Schwarzen. Gets a lot of great damage in. You have to see Javi using his Heal Spirit there to keep those Royal recruits alive. I promise you I'll get it right by the end of this match. And here you see, once again, just big hits coming in from Schwarzen. Javi, he doesn't sacrifice his tower. I mean, he knows he's going to lose it, so he just tries to defend to make sure that the 3-crown discussion never comes into play. But this is it. Look at that timing. Right into the Lumberjack, who's already mid-swing. He gets both of those down, resets the Hunter shotgun shot, and that Royal delivery was late. Way too late, and the balloon sneaks on through.
Yeah, and the balloon getting this third one just barely. I mean, I don't even know if that balloon should have gotten that one. If you had a referee to an instant replay, it might take that shot back. But instead, gets the tower down on the right-hand side. Then we go to the left, and what happens? The exact same thing. Snowball says bye-bye to your Hunter. Huge connections on the left, and Javi Catorze walks away with a big one.
Yeah, and you with a mid-match premonition talking about the only way to win would be that Lumberjack, and in that exact moment was when that Lumberjack started to go on a tear, taking down the Hunter, raging up the balloon, doing the exact same thing on the left-hand side. Javi now back in the driver's seat, in my opinion. I feel like that loss had to have tilted Schwarzen. I bet you he felt like he had the match. They had their first match victory, but then Javi stole it from him. So now I have to imagine Schwarzen is feeling a little tilted, and Javi is just like, great, now we're playing my game once again.
Yeah, and this becomes a real question for SK Gaming. It's known that Schwarzen is a good Barb Hut player. He plays well with decks that play Barb Hut a lot, and now you're just kind of playing a guessing game here. Does Schwarzen go to one of the myriad of decks that run Barb Hut, and if so, how do you game plan against that?
Oh, yeah, it's tough. You know, we've seen Javi play really well with Hog Triple Spell. Maybe we see something like that out of him to help deal with those Barb Huts, but then also we've seen a lot of success with that Royal Giant Royal Ghost deck today that might struggle a little bit more, or I mean struggle less against that Hog Triple Spell. So I'm not exactly 100% sure. I feel like maybe, why not? Try that Royal Ghost Royal Giant deck out. It's been really good today. If he does run a Hog Triple Spell, you're able to get it with the Fisherman. It's got a lot of, cheap ways to create a lot of pressure on the opposite lane, and it's got a very high win rate.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crushing it overall in-game at the moment. It's a tough one here, right? You're trying to play the question of whether or not Schwarzen does go comfort with everything on the line here, if he's prepped something outside of that. In my book, if I'm Misfits, I give Schwarzen a list of 5 decks that nobody's ever seen him play and say pick one. That's my opinion in this case. Hopefully he's been prepping something like that outside of the box. But yeah, if I'm Schwarzen, I go, hey, pick something that you played 2 years ago that's still semi-viable and get it in there.
Yeah, and I think what's really important about that way of deciding how to choose your deck is you don't know if you're going to have a bad matchup or not. That's just kind of the toss of the coin there. But you know you're not giving your opponent's analyst anything to work with. If you just come out with a crazy deck they've never seen before, there's actually no way for them other than picking the correct lottery numbers to guess what your matchup is. I'm with you, Rich. I think you go with something completely out of left field. It doesn't matter if it's off meta or on meta, but it just needs to be something that they're not familiar seeing you play that you're actually pretty good with. Now, that's very hard to do considering how much analysis goes into this and how much these guys play with each other at the top ladder and in practice.
You know what? Pekaloon freeze. That's what I'm saying for Schwarzen. Let's go ahead, jump on in. Game number 3, best of 1 to decide it all. Will SK Gaming stay undefeated, or does Misfits get their first win of the season?
Obviously, cycling skeletons and Mega Minion.
Schwarzen played the patented Pekaloon freeze with Heal Spirit and Barb Barrel deck?
Schwarzen may be going what we were talking about. We'll see.
That's an interesting choice out of Schwarzen, and if so, Javi running Graveyard, this could be a tough matchup for the Misfits rookie.
Yep. Looking like it will be Graveyard. Schwarzen with a little shake of the head there, maybe not happy about what he's seeing. Probably has to do with his E-Wiz completely unsupported running across the river into these barbarians.
Yeah, easy call on the Graveyard pull here from Javi.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get a ton out of it, but what he is going to get is a lot of elixir expenditure from his opponent and some tower damage. And it messes with your cycle because people kind of hit the panic button when they start to see the skeletons pile up, and they don't really think about what that does to their cycle moving forward.
Good Mega Minion there with the Barbarians tanking for it.
And Schwarzen plays that E-Wiz way in the back, just in case Javi goes crazy.
RG to the right, Archers and Skeletons, so a lot of light work here. Javi going with the same deck we saw Morten run in Game 5.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that a lot because what it does there is it makes Schwarzen decide how much more elixir he truly wants to commit on a negative trade to get a little bit more tower damage in. How much deeper in the hole do you want to dig yourself?
Barbarian will swing on the right-hand side. Baby Dragon won't get anything, and you see Javi cycles the Knight in the back because he was up a little bit right there.
Yeah, and that's the best card to cycle in the back because you don't really have to worry about needing it later on. You've got enough DPS that's cheap and ranged, or DPS that's cheap and right up front that it's going to bait out spells that you don't need that Knight.
Barb Barrel goes to work on the hut in the middle. 2 spawns, though, do stop at Javi now, holding off a little bit.
And you see
Just
there.
wants to keep that Barb hut there a lot.
Yeah, and he did that by playing the Knight down to the left, the Mega Minion up to the right, and then it demanded the Fireball out of Schwarzen. So keeping the Barb hut alive as long as he can by supporting it with his units so that his opponent has to pull the trigger on an overspend with the Fireball.
And now RG behind King Tower for Schwarzen, setting up to the right-hand side. So it is Royal Giant. It's not the Ghost version. It's not the Royal that we've seen a bunch of today. But you still are playing Royal Giant into Barb Hut GY.
Yeah, and Javi's got 2 Barb Huts down, 1 completely healthy. He's going to do as much DPS as quickly as possible right here, and it should be fine.
And doesn't get the Hunter with that poison, and also the Fisherman as well. So 2 support troops for Schwarzen. Tried to split the difference, get it as tight as he could. Ends up getting neither off the board, does Javi.
Yeah, and now that DPS, those units stacking up is starting to really swing that elixir favor in Schwarzen's direction. Fireball in, that's a tough fireball.
Yeah, that's a really brutal one. You have to make a choice there. Javi didn't make a choice in it resulted with 2 support units staying on the board rather than 1 coming off.
Man, if it wasn't for that Barb Hut staying alive as long as it was in the back, Javi could still be in trouble right now. Luckily for him, the Barbarians helped reset Schwarzen, and now he has to go back on and reorchestrate his offense.
Triple Elixir on its way. Fireball gets good value there on the right-hand side. Javi maybe giving a bit more to his opponent than you would like in this situation.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot because now Schwarzen has got this Ewiz Fisherman cycle perfectly in line with the Royal Giant. So it becomes this impossible task of getting enough damage on the RG. Look at that.
Yep, 2 big shots from the Royal Giant. Schwarzen getting very close to taking this one. It is Graveyard. And there you go, Javi going naked Graveyard to the left. Snowball prediction on the Ewiz. How much damage will it pull? Not going to be enough.
Yeah, and there was a really great prediction from Schwarzen as well with his Hunter up high plus Heal Spirit to make sure that nothing crossed the river. I believe it was the Mega Minion of Javi's that was getting very close. Schwarzen right now really playing phenomenally.
Snowball to nowhere from Javi in that one. And, you know, it was a desperation play trying to steal the game back. Not going to happen. Andrew, it feels like Fireball was the winner here for Schwarzen. And maybe the Archer's the loser for Javi because the number of times that Javi gave Fireball, easy Fireball value with the Archers on that right-hand tower. I mean, they just stacked up relentlessly, and that leads to Misfits taking their first win. SK undefeated no more.
Yeah, and you have to be happy for Misfits. I mean, they all brought it together today. Schwarzen struggled in King of the Hill, but brought it home in the 1v1. Air Surfer and Wings did what you'd expect out of them in King of the Hill, but they finally got it together in that 2v2. And, you know, for SK, it is what it is. You're going to lose a match here and there. It's better to lose one now than lose one in playoffs. You know, Sergio Ramos came out as the leadoff hitter in that King of the Hill. You wonder what it would have been like if it was just Sam Morton and Javi in King of the Hill as opposed to that. So SK maybe doing what you're talking about, getting their team ready for playoffs, not too worried about dropping a game here. And Misfits, a lot of promise, but is it too late?
I mean, look, we looked at the schedule and said Misfits was dead after seeing what they had on the board. Well, they've come out and they've beat SK. They still have Cream. They still have Liquid, and of course, as their last match of the season, they still have Did. Could they win all 4 of those games and put themselves in the 6th place spot? Yeah, they very much could. The big question there is Cream. If they beat Cream Real Betis, Misfits ain't dead yet.
Yeah, that's huge. And you know, the other thing to kind of note about playoffs in this matchup was that if SK won, they were going to clinch playoffs, but now technically they haven't. I'm not worried about them clinching playoffs, but you just think about still how tight this pack, how tight this race really is, that Misfits, the team in last place, getting a win makes it so that the team in first place isn't actually safe yet and locked into playoffs. So here we go. Wings, Schwarzen, and Air Surfer doing it today without Bob the Rock, who has been there with him all season long, but now maybe struggling a little bit more to find his place, not being the 2v2 player anymore. But you know what? They got that W in. It's got to feel good to get the first one.
Yeah, it's huge. And think about this one, Andrew. With SK Gaming losing a match, now we have 2 teams at 5-1 with SK and Queso. Or SK having that tiebreaker. But for the teams in the middle, Tribe Gaming and Space Station, both currently at 4-2, that gives some light at the end of the tunnel, potential to crack into that top 2 and get that first round bye.
Well, and look, SK still lost today by Morton and Sam losing in King of the Hill, Javi losing 1v1, and Morton and Sam losing that 2v2. Right? So all of those things being accomplished by Misfits lets the other teams in the league know that it is able to happen. It is possible. They can be beaten. And you saw it happening in the 2 most unlikely sets in the 1v1 and the 2v2. If it's done by Misfits, other teams can do it as well. And that's what they need to focus on.
That's what's really interesting about this, Andrew, is that the set that it felt like Misfits had the best opportunity to win was King of the Hill. The only set they lost. The 2 sets that it felt like they had no chance in, 2v2 and 1v1, where they picked it up. So it just shows you the nature of Clash Royale, where even the best team's going to win 60% of the time most of the games. Yeah.
So here we go. SK Gaming still going to be in first place. Same record as Queso. We'll get to that in a minute as we get into our standings. A very interesting day if you look back on the things that happened. You know, Queso beats Chivas, which I think we expected. Pain Gaming, as you picked, takes down Dignitas, which is not what I thought was going to happen. And then what shocked everybody was SK losing here to Misfits. And I have to say, once again, it has to do with the great start that the Bad Bunnies finally had.
Yeah, I mean, getting the win in 2v2 is absolutely huge. 2v2 hasn't been as critical, and statistically speaking, here in the West as it has been in the East. In the East, it was like 84% of the teams that won 2v2 went on to win the match. Hasn't been the same here. A lot of that has been the reverse sweep play of a lot of teams in King of the Hill and
Right.
1v1. But for Misfits, it was critical. They got it done, got the win, and we finally get a 1 on their winner side rather than the big 0.
All right, so let's take a look at the predictions. Not my best showing today. You actually take the lead over me because of that Pain pick. All of us wrong with SK, Koji, and Manu still in the lead. And of course, Bruno and Deco getting some points today for pick and Pain. Twitter still ahead of me by just a hair. Rich, you guys are all tied up. Really, really surprising there in that third matchup. As you can see, all of us picked. But let's take a look at our standings now that Misfits finally gets that first W and SK takes the first L of their season, moving them to 5-1.
No more undefeated teams and no more teams without the win. And of course, we'll get that correction there on SK Gaming. Should say 5-1 rather than 5-0. Queso currently in control of second place, also at 5-1, but Tribe Gaming and SSG both nipping at their heels. And then, of course, Andrew, we have a tight race in the middle of the pack for those 5th and 6th place spots.
We really do. It honestly feels like 5th, 6th, and 7th should all be at 3-3, but again, the vacated win from Pain Gaming puts them in 7th place behind the 2 squads at 3-3. 5th and 6th place, Dignitas and Cream Royale Betis, respectively. Pain in the running, in playoff picture, but not quite there yet. Chivas Esports 1-5, Liquid 1-5, and the Bad Bunnies with their first win today also moving to 1-5. It does feel like 8th, 9th, and 10th place are probably done for the season, but still a little bit of hope left for them. Let's talk our MVP, Rich.
MVP of the weekend, no surprises here. 5-0 yesterday performance from the God RF in their big time win there against Cream Royale Betis. And this is a well-deserved MVP, 2v2 2-0, King of the Hill sweep, and he is having an amazing 2020.
Yeah, and who would have thought that one of his favorite cards would be the Graveyard, the God RF, doing it with Splash Yard from day one here now in 2020, still killing it. Congratulations to you, brother, and congratulations to Space Station Gaming, but you're not done yet.
No, not done yet at all. You talk about next weekend and beyond, Space Station Gaming in that hunt, and they have a good matchup next weekend against Team Liquid. We'll be seeing the next week's matches here in just a moment. So Space Station has a good matchup next week. Tribe Gaming has Dignitas, and those are the 2 teams right now nipping at the heels of Queso and SK.
Yeah, so there you go. SK going up against Chivas Esports. Then it'll be Misfits facing off against Cream Royale Betis. Who knows where that match will go at this point. Space Station Gaming looking on to take our former world champions, hopefully for Space Station, putting them to 1-6. For Team Liquid looking to bounce back and go 2-5. Sunday, only 2 matches next Sunday, Rich.
Yeah, short day, but an important day. In the middle, Tribe Gaming at 4-2 and Dig at 3-3. This will tell us a lot about the story in the middle of the pack. But then the big one here, and this is what I'm very excited about, Pain Gaming against Queso. I give Pain the advantage in 2v2 based off of what we've seen. Pain can beat anybody in King of the Hill. The question is, will Queso do a King of the Hill 1v1 reverse sweep once again?
It feels like that's kind of been their MO this season, and it does feel when you talk matchups, Kuchiku and Benny, who have been so hit and miss, I would maybe give the edge to Pain as well. But yeah, when you talk about head-to-head play, IMJP on a run, and of course Ruben staying perfect in that set, I think it's going to be a tough one for Pain, but if you talk about really wanting to get into the playoff picture, what a great way to do it, and to narrow that gap in the middle by just another hair.
It'll be a fun one there. Of course, we'll see you back here next weekend. That's 10 a.m. in the West, 1 p.m. in the East. And there you go, taking a look at the updated rankings, updated standings so far for this season. And there you go, SK with the 5-1 rather than the 5-0. And that's a 5-1 they'll want to protect next weekend.
Yeah, so some big heavy hitters this weekend for Fantasy Royale. Make sure to get those lineups set every single week before we go live on Saturday morning. 250,000 gold in the bank for you, and of course 100 gems on top of that. Did you have the God RF this weekend? Did you have Ruben? Who did you pick in the double headers? Let us know on Twitter at Esports Royale EN. You can follow me at Andrew Guy, and of course Rich over there at Rich Slayton. What an incredible weekend, and what a very surprising last match of the day.
Yeah, that's not the one that anyone picked. None of us picked it. None of Twitter picked it. I'm not even sure Misfits picked it in this one, but they come out on top. You gotta wonder what sort of the regroup might be for SK Gaming. Some experimentation maybe today. They just seemed a little bit off, and when a good team is off and a team that's struggling is on, that's the result you see.
Yeah, and remember, guys, break time battles, statsroyale.com, your opportunity to play against a pro right here live on broadcast. Next pro up, it's going to be Pain Gaming's Lucas. You saw the God RF finally take an L, one of our pros. It's funny, he gets the MVP here for CRL, but he loses to one of the fans. So maybe, just maybe, that means you should be in CRL next season. Statsroyale.com, sign up for break time battles. Get your chance to play right here every weekend.
As I said before, talking about every weekend, we are here 10 a.m. in the West. That's 1 p.m. in the East. That's 7 p.m. in Central Europe. Andrew, God RF, the MVP for this weekend. SK Gaming no longer undefeated. What do you think about next weekend?
I'm just excited to see what happens in the middle of the pack, Rich.
We'll see you here, right same place, Saturday and Sunday.